Right, good morning, everybody. I am Michael Candia on behalf of King's College London and the Department of Political Economy. Welcome to Bush House, welcome to the college, and welcome to this two-day conference, which is going to be looking at the 2023 coronation, but also discussing the future implications. Now, some of you have already attended the conference that we held in April, which was in anticipation of the coronation as it then was. And so now this particular conference is meant to, in a sense, look forward, but also see what things worked, but also just make some thoughts about where all of this might go. The idea behind it is to get a discussion and a discussion going so that it would be helpful for a whole number of different people thinking about the place of the coronation and what is the role, not merely of the coronation, but the sovereign and so on and so forth within a very, within a changing world. And I think we can certainly see the changing world in front of us. So we've got 2 days ahead of us. And so I think what we'll do is we'll crack on. The first session, which will run approximately until 11:15, we'll be sort of broadly talking about the purposes of the coronation and various perspectives. So the first presenter will be John Crawford. John will be speaking in his capacity as one of the barons of the Cinque Ports. Now, he very bravely stepped in at the last minute. One of my former students, James Bacon, was scheduled to speak, and he, for a variety of reasons, couldn't attend. And so John very kindly sort of stepped in very much at the last minute. So what John's asked us to do, he'll give us a presentation. If we have any queries, we should ask him about that. We should just ask him a few questions. We then will have Professor Robert Hissell from UCL, the Constitution Unit, giving us a presentation, Dr. David Torrance of the House of Commons Library, and Nigel Fletcher wrapping it up. And what I propose is that people, broadly speaking, give their presentations and we have the discussion afterwards. However, sometimes there may be a case whereby somebody needs to ask a question immediately, or it just seems correct at that moment in time. So we'll play how it goes. So, but broadly speaking, we could leave the questions to the end. So what I'm going to do now is hand it over to John. John, could you, I mean, I've introduced you briefly, but could you just talk a bit more about yourself? And
I will. Well, good morning, everybody. Thank you for inviting me. That's very kind of you. Yes, I was originally mayor of Tenterton Town Council, which is actually in Kent, and is one of the 14 Cinque Ports. I've actually written about a year ago on Wikipedia more about Tenterton and the background to the Cinque Ports, so I don't tend to repeat what's in there in any great detail, so it's accessible by everybody. But basically, the reason the Cinque Ports came about was back in, I think it was in 1041, Edward the Confessor, that he needed ships and men to protect England and the southeast of England from those nasty invaders. And we used to provide ships, and this was sort of, they fought off the French and the Spanish and everybody else. And it was, I think it was then recognised by King Richard I, the contributions that the Cinque Ports actually made in defending the realm. And we were invited to the coronation for the first one, which I think was it 1189? Sorry, stretching my memory a bit now. And we've been going to the coronation ever since, basically because of the importance of the Cinque Ports. It's seen as the cradle of the naval power of the UK, and we have various affiliations since Queen Elizabeth's coronation in 1953 with HMS Illustrious and now HMS Kent, which is a frigate. So we do have a very close association with naval power of the UK and the armed forces, which we're very proud of. Now, there was a hiatus of about 100 years when we didn't go to coronation. basically because the barons went to the king asking for money to pay for their robes. The king at the time wasn't too enamoured with that idea, and we got banished by previous monarchs for attending. But it was then resurrected about 120 years ago, and we've been attending ever since. 1953, we actually carried, we were part of the ceremony where we actually had to carry a stand for them. I can't remember what the person's name was now, but of Ceylon, a high dignitary of Ceylon. But this year, or last year, should I say, we didn't actually partake in any role. Well, one of the frustrations, I suppose, for us is because we've had a long history of attending the coronation for the last 1100 years or so, having to actually make a claim to the claims court, you know, that we have a historic right, if you want to put it that way, to actually attend, which we all felt was rather disappointing, because we felt that it should be sort of an automatic invitation, bearing in mind there's only 14 of us. And we were notified sort of 1 month roughly before the start of before the commencement of the coronation on the 6th of May, which left very short notice to actually do anything as far as organising suits, clothes, and everything else. So it was sort of very much a last minute aspect, which the process could have been a little bit faster. But we certainly would like to see us being automatically included in future coronations. Perhaps that's a big ask, but that's, you know, that's our view. As far as the actual coronation itself was concerned, I think that, you know, it was a great privilege to actually attend, and we were honoured to actually participate as one of the, or 14 of the 2,000 people that did actually attend. I took it upon myself, and I believe other barons have as well, to actually write up their experiences of the day, and that can be found on the Tenterton Council website, and also in our history museum, if people want to have a look at that. So, but going back to the actual coronation day itself, we found it a very moving event. One of the reasons it was moving is because it's one of those rare occasions that happens in the UK, which actually pulls the nation together. Yes, it's true that you know, only 50% of the population is, you know, would declare a religion of one sort or another. Yes, we do recognise that there are Republicans who don't believe in the monarch. But saying all that, it is one of those few traditions which does actually pull the whole nation together, and actually enjoy and celebrate the actual occasion. And this particular occasion, King Charles being crowned as king. I'm not sure what else I can sort of add to that. So if people want me to talk about a particular aspect, I'm more than happy to do so, or we'll leave it to the end of the question and answer session.
How was it easy to, or was it easy to actually get there on the day?
In fact, there was no problem at all. We actually booked a hotel outside Woolwich. So the 14 of us actually stayed there. Initially, it was an early morning start. But the actual getting to park in the south of Lambeth Bridge and walking across, in fact, it was a glorious day, as everybody will know. But one of the great things we actually enjoyed was actually the camaraderie of everybody. And when I say everybody, I do mean including, you know, the marshals, the police, and the armed police. There was a lot of banter. You know, it wasn't, everybody felt like they were just one sort of big party. And it was great actually going through the marquee, where we had to queue up for, you know, sort of airport security. And I chatted to a number of people who I never chatted before. There was some Lord Lieutenants that were in the queue, and I was chatting to them, and it was like that there were all barriers had sort of been taken away as far as class, title, and everything else. We were just all citizens of the monarch, which was felt really good. So actually getting there was no problem at all. I thought it was exceptionally well organised. And when we got into the Abbey itself, we sort of had to find our own seats. We were sort of shown roughly where we went to sit, but that was fine. We sat at the back of the aisle. But the actual organisation was faultless. You know, whoever did that should, I'll take my hat off to them. Any other questions that anyone else would like to ask?
What did you wear?
Oh, in the end, yeah. So we all, there was a lot of debate because we didn't know whether we were allowed to wear our, you know, our badge of office, and did we expect to wear robes, morning suits, you know, lounge suits. So we all in the end decided that we were going to wear tails, and we looked very smart. And it was actually quite nice because majority of the people were actually wearing lounge suits, so we sort of stood out a bit more from the crowd from that point of view. But I mean the big thing was actually getting the suits, because we only had 4 weeks, and so we went to Moss Brothers, local one in Ashford, and so that they've been inundated with other people also trying to get suits of one sort or another. So it was a bit of a free for all as far as that was concerned, but we got there in the end.
What did your predecessors wear to the coronation?
Well, yes, well, Stanley, my predecessor in 1953. Sorry, I've forgotten his surname. Anyway, Baron Stanley something. They actually wore proper robes, and the reason for that is because they were given a lot of notice as far as attending the coronation. So they had something like 6 months to have this all organised, and so they actually had breeches, they had boots that had a ceremonial sword, they had waistcoats, sort of a cloak around them to wear, and our one of Tennyson Baron at the time was actually in our museum, which can be seen at any time. In fact, I can send you a photograph if you're interested. And all the barons were dressed up like that, and it was a shame that we couldn't do the same. But I do understand that King Charles' advisors really wanted people to dress down more than perhaps they've done in the past. And I think it was only just a few judges and a few other eminent people that did actually wear robes of one sort or another.
That's wonderful. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
It's a pleasure.
I mean, we can pick up with the questions afterwards. I think we'll now move on to Robert. Robert, and where is
David?
For some reason, I thought Alec.
Right, okay.
Yeah.
I could have put that on.
Robert.
Very good. Should I stand here?
Yes.
It's a bit more busy.
So just be a little careful, because unfortunately that
Do I use these arrow keys?
yes.
Yes. Very good. So, in my 10 minutes, I'm going to give a quick talk in 3 parts about the coronation oath. I'm going to explain the coronation oath and the other accession oaths. I'm going to suggest that they badly
just get on with it.
And can people hear me online?
Yes.
Very good.
Just like, could you?
That's right. And I'm going to offer some possible alternative formulations for the oath. So it's based on this report, which I wrote together with Bob Morris. And I should acknowledge he wrote most of the report. My contribution was to do the drafting of possible alternative formulations of the oaths, which appears at the end of the report. And to come quickly to the oaths, you may all know there are 3 statutory oaths which have to be administered to the new monarch at the start of a new reign. They all date from just over 300 years ago, the period 1688 to 1707, which was a time when Catholic Europe was seen as an existential threat to national security. And the three oaths, in the order in which normally they are taken, are the Scottish oath to uphold the Presbyterian Church in Scotland. And you may remember that was taken by King Charles at his accession council in St. James's Palace, right at the start of his reign. Then there's the accession oath, which is to be a true and faithful Protestant. And lastly, the coronation oath, which includes swearing to uphold the rights and privileges of the Church of England. And coming to the accession declaration oath, originally, this was first introduced under the Bill of Rights of 1688 in the Act of Settlement, 1700, when it was thought to be very important that William and Mary, when they were invited to assume the throne, because James II had been chased off it, because he was a closet Catholic, and so they were required to swear that they were faithful Protestants and that they would uphold the Protestant succession. In 1910, the wording was changed quite dramatically at the insistence of the new monarch, George V, because the previous oath was a blood-curdling denunciation of popery, which went on for line after line. And he had witnessed his father, Edward VII, experiencing evident discomfort when he had taken the oath in 1901. And so the oath was changed to a much simpler form, and the wording is in my third bullet point: I declare that I am a faithful Protestant and that I will uphold and maintain the Protestant succession. And at the time that that bill was introduced into Parliament, Asquith, then Prime Minister, said it is in effect superfluous legally. He declared to Parliament, this has no effect as a safeguard for the Protestant succession that is amply secured in other ways. So the oath is performative. It has no substantive effect. The requirement is for it to be administered at the new monarch's coronation or his first meeting with Parliament, whichever is the sooner. And in the case of King Charles, it happened at the coronation. Next, the coronation oath. This is made under another act of 1688 called the Coronation Oath Act. It's in three parts: to govern the peoples according to their laws and customs, to cause law and justice in mercy to be executed in all judgments, and third, to maintain the settlement of the Church of England, its doctrine, worship, discipline, and government, and its rights and privileges. Now, why do I suggest that the oaths badly need revising and updating? Because first, and perhaps most important, nobody could seriously argue that Catholicism is still a threat to our national security. It certainly was 300 years ago. There are many other very serious threats to our national security, but Catholicism is not one of them. Second, the oaths are performative. They have no substantive effect. There's no means of enforcing them. There's no penalty if the oaths are not taken by a new monarch. Third, the UK, compared with 300 years ago, is now a much more secular society, and also it's a much more multi-faith society. And the Church of England has been keenly aware of that, and itself has become more ecumenical and outward-looking. And just to give you the data from the latest census of 2 years ago, only 46% of the population now identify themselves as Christian. That's a very significant drop of 13% compared with the 2011 census. And over a third of the population, 37%, say they have no religion. That too has gone up markedly in the last 10 years. And around 10% of the population subscribe to other faiths. And I've listed the main faiths there and the last bullet point on the slide. And Charles himself is very clearly aware of this. You may remember in his very first week on the throne, he held a reception for faith leaders in Buckingham Palace and invited representatives of all the faiths, including all the other non-Christian faiths. And to them he said, I am a committed Anglican Christian, but the sovereign has an additional duty, the duty to protect the diversity of our country, including by protecting the space for faith itself and its practice through religions, cultures, traditions, and beliefs. And he went on to say, I hold myself bound to respect those who follow other spiritual paths, as well as those who seek to live their lives in accordance with secular ideals. So, what are the options for reform? In our report, we ran through a whole series of different possible options. One, that the oaths might remain unchanged, but there should be some explanatory text explaining their historical context. Second, a minimal change under what the lawyers call the doctrine of implied repeal, so requiring no fresh legislation. Third, a possible medium change, which would require legislation, maintaining the religious content of the oaths, but toning down the exclusive Anglican element. Fourth, a maximum change, removing Protestantism and the Church of England and giving each oath a new purpose suited to its particular context. Fifth, the oaths could simply be abolished altogether, or they could be replaced by a single comprehensive oath. Now, don't panic, I'm not going to take you through all those possible options. I'm going to focus simply on the coronation oath. And I'm not going to read all of this because it's very long, but this is the original wording which was preserved in Charles's coronation this year. And it, in effect, does require the new monarch to preserve inviolably the settlement of the Church of England and its doctrine, worship, discipline, and government as by law established, and all the rights and privileges as by law do and shall appertain to you, all the people of the cloth here at this conference. And that was the oath that was administered and that Charles took at his coronation. And in our report, and this was my humble contribution, I offered some possible alternative drafting. Again, I haven't given you all the different formulations. I've simply given you what we called a MIDI version that would retain respecting the Protestant religion as established by law in England and as established in Scotland by the laws made in Scotland. And then if we took out that oath to preserve Protestantism and had what Bob and I called a maxi change, it would be an oath to respect, in effect, religious freedom. Will you, to your power, maintain tolerance and freedom, including religious tolerance? And will you seek to uphold the rights of all your peoples to observe their different religions and beliefs without fear of persecution? Now, as you know, those revisions didn't happen. We had the oath, the original oath, and coming on to my last slide, how in future might these oaths be changed? The important thing to understand is it does require legislation, because all three of the oaths are statutory. They can only be changed by further statute, by a statutory amendment. So it does require the government to propose legislative change, and it requires Parliament to approve that change. There was an opportunity missed last year, because you may remember last December, a piece of legislation was introduced about the monarchy. It was the Councillors of State Act, which added the Earl of Wessex and Princess Anne to be additional Councillors of State. And if the government had been minded to change the accession and coronation oaths, that would have been a wonderful opportunity to tag that on to that legislation, which was already amending some of the rules, the statutory rules about the monarchy. But that opportunity was not taken. So what might trigger a change in the future? Well, it could be changed thinking about the coronation at some time in the future of Prince William, if he requested a change, as George V firmly did in 1910. He is the oath taker. He could say, forgive me, but I'm not willing any longer to take oaths which are so exclusively about the Church of England and the Protestant religion. It could be changed at the request of the person administering the coronation oath, the Archbishop. The Archbishop could say, forgive me, but I feel very uncomfortable administering an oath which is so exclusively about the Church of England, when there are now many other important faiths and other denominations in Christianity. Can you please do something about revising and updating them? And I end with the question, do we think the oath might be changed in time for the coronation of Prince William? And if so, how might that come about? So I'll wait for your questions when we come to the discussion. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Robert. David. You could just.
Hello. For those of you I didn't meet beforehand, I'm David Torrance and I'm the monarchy specialist at the House of Commons Library, and I published quite a bit of material over the past year, both at the accession of the King and the subsequent coronation. I'm going to focus on the territorial aspect of the most recent constitution and those in the past, which I think is often neglected. Indeed, writing in 1958, Dermot Morra, who was a prolific writer on the monarchy at that time, said that at the coronation of Queen Elizabeth II, there was, quote, scarcely any allusion in her ceremony to the fact that she was queen of 7 distinct and sovereign realms. Indeed, he added, she was crowned not even as Queen of the United Kingdom, but of England alone, which I think is an extraordinary thing for a herald to have written at that point, not least because it's completely wrong. As Roberts recounted on the coronation oath, the wording of that is changed very often and almost always without formal legislation, which is interesting given it's a statutory oath. Obviously, from 1707, England, references to England became Great Britain. After 1801, references to Great Britain became the United Kingdom. Progressively in the 20th century, each Commonwealth realm was individually named. And of course, in 53, Elizabeth II solemnly promised and swore to govern the peoples of the United Kingdom, Canada, Australia, New Zealand, the Union of South Africa, Pakistan, and Ceylon. This time, interestingly, there was no individual naming. The major change in the coronation oath this time round was just a collective reference to the realms, I think, for reasons of brevity and also perhaps to avoid controversy in respect of Australia and also Jamaica. Robert covered that quite well. There's lots of territorial changes there, including in the religious sphere. But in terms of church and state, the big change territorially was in 1953 when the moderator of the General Assembly of the Church of Scotland was sort of grafted on to a very Anglican ceremony. This initially met with opposition from the Archbishop of Canterbury, as it had in 1937, but an arrangement was made in which the then moderator presented a Bible and had some words. This year, the moderator had more words, although that precedent was pretty much followed. And indeed, more generally, you had representation from churches, all churches in Scotland, Northern Ireland, Wales, and England. It was, in terms of invitations, if not active participation in the ceremony, a much more ecumenical affair and ostentatiously four nations in approach, as were many other aspects of the ceremony. The Court of Claims, which this time became the rather more prosaic Coronation Claims Office at the Cabinet Office, was the traditional means by which territorial claims could be dealt with for the coronation. So after the 1707 Union, representative peers from Scotland were summoned to attend, and the Court of Claims dealt with Scottish aristocrats who had held hereditary claims in the now extinguished Kingdom of Scotland, and again incorporated them into the now British coronation ceremony. And something similar happened with Ireland a century later. And indeed, this time round, when the Cabinet Office reached its conclusion, you had the usual appointments of the Lord High Constable of Scotland, not something which is very prominent outside a coronation, and also the Earl of Dundee carrying the quartering of the standard, the Scottish standard, in procession, Lord Lyon in attendance, and also the Scottish heralds. Again, the banner procession speaks to the development of the territorial aspect. A Welsh banner is added in 1911, I think at the behest of George V. The realms, as they're added and given more prominence, have banners. And interestingly, the Irish banner was still carried earlier this year. Of course, it's now taken to represent only one part of Ireland, not the whole island. The carriage procession, which was rather downgraded this time, but in 37 and 53, you had each prime minister from the realms riding in procession to emphasize that aspect, to emphasize the divisibility of the crown, and also the then prime minister of Northern Ireland on both occasions rode in a separate carriage, highlighting the rather curious status of Northern Ireland within the United Kingdom at that time. This time round, rather disappointingly, we didn't have carriages with Humza Yousaf, Mark Drakeford, and perhaps Michelle O'Neill, the First Minister designate of Northern Ireland, perhaps for obvious reasons. Although Michelle O'Neill's attendance at the coronation ceremony was quite notable. Quite early on, she indicated the fact that she would attend that, which surprised many, and I think was quite an effective gesture towards her ambition to be First Minister for both communities in Northern Ireland. There's also a Welsh dimension at the coronation, perhaps less obvious, but the first to pay homage in that part of the ceremony is, of course, the Prince of Wales. And indeed, that's pretty much all that happened this time round. In 1911, for example, that was the precursor to a full Welsh investiture, or an investiture of the Prince of Wales, which traditionally followed the coronation ceremony. In 1911, I think only a few months later. This time, as is well known, that did not happen. And indeed, leaping ahead to the next coronation, I can't help speculating whether, given William's reluctance to have that, whether he'll go ahead with a coronation in the form we're accustomed to, whether it could be quite significantly downgraded. My instinct is that the Prince of Wales is not as captured and enamored by the ceremonial aspect of monarchy as perhaps his father and grandmother were. Finally, after the coronation, it has been a custom since 1902, perhaps more so in 1911, that the new king or queen visits each part of the United Kingdom, something the current king foreshadowed with his accession, Operation Springtide, I think, where he visited the Scottish Parliament, the Senate in Cardiff, and met with members of the Northern Ireland Assembly in Belfast. This continued this time round. In 1953, they were rather curiously referred to as state visits, which I find quite interesting. But this time, the King and Queen visited Wales. There was a separate visit to Northern Ireland, And of course, most high profile of all was the King's, as the Times called it, his Scottish coronation at St Giles in Edinburgh, which I was actually in attendance at. A very interesting ceremony, a good example of invented tradition in that the only precedent is from 1953. But intriguingly, it borrows elements from the historic Scottish coronations from before the 1707 Union. Not a huge degree of public buy-in at that event. I think it's safe to say the crowd were very small. So to conclude, the Buckingham Palace said before this year's coronation that it would reflect the monarch's role today and look towards the future while being rooted in long-standing traditions and pageantry. As I said, the accession of King Charles III was strikingly multinational, 4 nations in its execution. And I think his coronation several months later very much followed that pattern. Thank you very much.
Thank you, David.
Thank you. Lecton is leaning, which makes me feel that I'm leaning, which I don't think I am. Okay, thank you very much. It falls to me to sort of round off the discussion. I was just going to reflect a bit on what the previous speakers have said before, giving some of my my own thoughts on this topic. I thought it was interesting hearing from John Crawford on the issue of dress, which we'll obviously get to tomorrow in the session, specifically on costuming the coronation and what people were wearing and robes and things, because I think it is significant. But without going into that, I think it's notable that the reason that he gave for the fact that they had to rush around to decide what to wear was because there simply wasn't as much notice as there was in previous coronations. And that's an issue which we identified at the conference we held before the coronation, that this was in some ways quite a rushed affair. We certainly didn't have the 16 months of slow build-up and a huge amount of focus on the coronation. And I think that's something we'll be talking about a lot during this conference, is the way the coronation was planned was very, very different to how it was planned in 1953. And there were some things that flow from that. So on that point, I thought that was interesting, as well as the fact that, of course, there was a general sense that the king and those organising the coronation were dissuading people from wearing their traditional robes in general. In terms of, I want to move on to what David said about the participation of different territories, which again is an issue which has been a long-standing one, which we picked up in the previous conference as well. But I think the fact that I've always been struck by is that this is a Church of England service, and we heard this in the previous conference as well, and we'll be moving on to the Coronation Rite in the next session. But everything else that is laid around the ceremony, everything else that is laid around that service is to give it that broader significance, both within the United Kingdom and within the wider Commonwealth. But at the heart of it, it is an English service. And I think that's something which fundamentally is still at the heart of the coronation, which I think does pose problems for the United Kingdom and in a political sense in terms of those who are watching it from around the UK and around the Commonwealth. And finally, just to pick up what Robert was saying about the coronation oath itself, that's really what I want to spend a bit more time talking about. There is this issue, I think, of the constitutional role of the crown, sort of separate in a way from the almost sort of mystical idea of monarchy. Whether we have a hereditary monarchy of the type that we have in the United Kingdom or not, there is at the heart of our constitution a head of state role, which in terms of the way it operates is very similar to a a weak presidency figure in, for example, Ireland or Germany. And so we have that role of the Crown in Parliament as a constitutional officer. And I think that the way that the coronation relates to that role, I think, is a bit more problematic. In terms of who attended the coronation, in 1953, we had all of the estates of the realm that were present. You had the peers, and you had, I think, most of the members of the House of Commons, certainly a large representative group of them. But in terms of the recognition, the first part of the service, the whole point of that is that you are showing the sovereign who is about to be crowned to the people, or the estates of the realm. And in 1953, that was very real. And the fact that you had the peerage represented there was the representation of that. This year, it was a fairly open question as to who would be attending and what that really meant. And as we might expect, the peers and the MPs were not terribly happy about the fact they had to draw lots to get some of the very limited number of seats that were available. And some MPs that I've spoken to who take an interest in these things, and of course there are some of them, felt that it was important that the role of the Crown in Parliament was more explicitly recognised during the coronation. And one suggestion that was put forward, and I know was put forward by an MP, was someone who actually then became a minister. They were on an interregnum between ministerial posts at the time for the reasons that that we saw during the accession happening during the formation of a government. But it was put forward by a reasonably influential MP who was in a position to sort of put it forward, that there should be a second sort of part of the coronation day, that after the coronation service in the Abbey, that the King and Queen should then, before getting into the procession back to Buckingham Palace, should go via Westminster Hall for a more formal acknowledgement of the King's role as the Crown in Parliament, where all members of Parliament could then pay homage in person in that way. Similar in a way to ceremonies we have seen in previous centuries where that's taken place. And of course, in the past, after the coronation ceremony, there was the coronation banquet in Westminster Hall. So there would have been a bit of a nod to that heritage as well. But the reason they put it forward was because they felt there was otherwise no sense in which the coronation actually cemented the role of the King at the heart of the Constitution directly by relating them to Parliament itself. So I thought that was quite interesting, which brings me on to sort of my main and final point. And apologies to those who have heard me expounding on this in private over the last year or so. But this is the issue of the oath, and I agree with everything that Robert said about the missed opportunity that there was. We heard in the previous conference from Dr. Craig Prescott, who actually pointed out that the oath is actually illegal, and that he's been working on or was working on trying to put forward a proposal to have it amended in exactly the way Robert described, taking the opportunity of the legislation around the councillors of state. But where I would slightly take issue is with the issue of it being purely symbolic. And I think that may be true in a strictly constitutional legal sense. But I think there is something more going on in terms of the coronation oath. Because if we consider the role of the sovereign in terms of their personal prerogative powers, what Peter Hennessy describes as the constitutional backstop role, those personal prerogatives that are not exercised by the government of the day, those that are reserve powers of a similar type, as I've said, to those that exist with a weak presidency, the personal prerogative for the summoning and dissolution of Parliament, which now thankfully exist again, those for the selection of the Prime Minister, and so on, but also the assent to legislation and all of those key powers that we would expect there to be in a head of state role with a reserve power. And I think that the only basis on which we have within our constitution to legitimise the use of those powers is the contract that exists between the sovereign and their people. And that contract is expressed in the coronation oath at the coronation. And I think that that's something which, in a strictly constitutional way, gets us out of what has always been the problem with constitutional discussion in the UK about the role of the sovereign. And the doctrine of parliamentary sovereignty, being such that it is and being discussed in the last week by people who, as Marcus pointed out, seem not to understand it up until the point it was tweeted last week. It presents us with a problem that there is no higher authority constitutionally. And I think that if we take the coronation oath as being a contract between sovereign and people that supersedes parliamentary sovereignty in the ordinary sense, that's the basis for reaching what has previously been elusive, which is to have a higher degree of constitutional law, in a sense, that there is an ability then for the Crown to play that role in securing the position of the Constitution. And I think that could be the way in which this discussion proceeds, that having a constitutional backstop or reserve powers model for a head of state, how should those be used? And how should they be used in a way that preserves the integrity of the person of the monarch, which is the biggest problem we've got, I think, over the use of reserve powers. If a sovereign decides that a piece of legislation, as George V did in 1914, could lead to civil war in his kingdom and wished to at least raise the possibility of needing to withhold assent from it, what possible basis could a sovereign in the modern age have for doing that, if it's not the recourse to the fact they have a higher duty and a higher obligation which they have taken as an oath, which indeed is the justification he used. But I think we have to think about how that would work in the modern sense. And I think we would have to look at some degree of committee of the Privy Council or some kind of great and the good who could actually have it referred to them. That might be a judicial authority, perhaps. We could have a combination of Privy Councillors and Supreme Court justices to determine an issue like that, to say whether it's an issue on which the royal prerogative can be used. There's a whole range of different things which I won't sort of go into about how that might work. But I think the basis for doing something like that and building on what is referred to as the sort of reserve power function, I think the base of that is the coronation oath. So it's a huge missed opportunity, I think, to have thought about that over the last sort of 18 months or so, or this last year, in the run-up to the coronation, in terms of rewording it, but also what it actually means in terms of our constitution, and the centrality of it to the position of the Crown, both as the Crown in Parliament, but also sitting above that at the heart of the constitution. So those are just my thoughts on that. I think we're now moving to
Thank you for the general discussion. I mean, it occurs to me, given the shape, that the way the room works, and indeed there are quite a number of people online, let's just continue to be where we are. And maybe, actually, Nigel, could you manage the chat? Because one of the things I was going to suggest. Okay. Okay, can I suggest that people online, if they have any queries or if they have any, would they put it in the chat first? And then if they wish to come in, do let us know. But if you could do it via the chat, that I think is the way forward.
It also occurs to me that it would be better that Nigel should sit up there, because otherwise.
Yeah, that's what I was
Yeah.
actually going to suggest he did, but he sort of slipped away.
okay.
Also, before we start, one of the things I should have mentioned was if people in the room, and indeed we'll also circulate by email, if they could sign the consent form. I mean, this is an open conference, so sort of people should speak accordingly. But what we're hoping to do is we're recording this, and we're hoping to put clips up as and when possible. Now, of course, if people do not wish us to use their, sort of their, whatever they've said, just let us know, and we won't put it up. I mean, we're not live streaming it or anything like that, but we're hoping to put up selections. And for us to do that, we hope that you will allow us to do it. And if you could sign this consent form. And even though, because some of you might be joining us online, similarly, if you'll circulate it and you can sign it electronically and return it to me. Okay, let's sort of start the discussion.
Can I offer a comment and a question? It's a question, I think, to David and to Nigel about the machinery for planning the coronation this time round. My sense was, and I was purely an observer looking from the outside, that it was a lot less transparent than in 1953, which is rather surprising. The machinery in 1953 was quite elaborate, with, I think, a 2 or even 3-tier structure of committees that you can both tell us about. This time round, there was a single committee chaired by Clive Alderton. Can either of you tell us a bit more?
I mean, I'll give the brief overview. I know David's done this in detail, so I'll do the easy bit. But certainly that is true. And having looked at the 1953 Coronation Commission papers, as you say, there was a 2 or 3 tier structure where there was almost a sort of ceremonial sort of committee, and then almost the business part of the committee. I'm sure David will talk about it in more detail. But this time, certainly the feeling of, it wasn't just the fact that it was less transparent in those terms. There wasn't a sort of committee structure that was openly acknowledged and reported in the press and things. It was that those who might have expected to be involved this time were not. And we heard about that a bit at the last conference as well. But again, in some of the conversations I've had in the lead up to this conference, people, there's still a lot of bad feeling about that. That even within the court itself, as it were, the incoming household of the king very much were excluding the outgoing household of Her late Majesty, and that was obviously a point of controversy. So I think it's on 2 levels. Firstly, I mean, I was just very surprised that there was very little public discussion of the arrangements for the coronation. If you look back again to 53, it wasn't just that the committee and the commission were meeting and holding those discussions, but you had debates in Parliament, and you had PQs constantly being put down, largely from MPs who wanted to know whether their wives could attend and things like that, how many tickets MPs should get to the stands in the Mall and things like that. But you know, you had, for the months leading up to the 53 coronation, the pages of Hansard are just filled with PQs about barracking of troops and all of these sort of things, and just the logistics of what it was. And I would say it was analogous to the Olympics. It was very similar to the kind of all-consuming sort of public discussion of a big event that's taking place nationally, and there simply wasn't that there this time.
Excuse me, if I could just follow up on that. Nigel, how far do you think that was for security reasons?
I don't think so at all. I mean, I say the Olympics, I think, is a very similar thing. I mean, you know, again, a massive international event that involves heads of state flying in and you know, a planned route and all these other events. That I don't think security accounts for it. I think it's purely that there was a conscious decision taken that this was going to be very closed and very tightly held, and as it was, frankly.
Judith.
There's a very interesting echo with the events leading up to the coronation intended of Edward VIII and the actual coronation of George VI. Because you had, with Edward VIII, a monarch who was uninterested, bluntly, in the coronation and the coronation event. He would not attend committees. He delegated everything to his brother, the Duke of York. And the government at the time, with another cost of living crisis, was unsure and unwary, unsure and very wary about the issue of how the event would appear to a nation that was individually in an economically challenged state. But I think the real difference between the lead up to the coronation of actually George VI was that there was much more involvement and reported involvement of the various houses of parliament, discussions. There were huge numbers of letters to the press. If you look not just at the mainstream broadsheets such as the Times, but if you look at provincial papers, there was a very, very real interest. And that helps to explain why there was a broadcast dimension because of the pressure of public interest, which, as Michael knows, was also very much a factor in 1953. But I think the most interesting aspect of the public knowledge of the events leading up to the current coronation was how disorganized it seemed to be to public view in the lead up to the actual event. How very much, as John was saying, it seemed to be all very much last minute.
Yeah.
And then,
Oh.
sorry, you've had your hand up for a while, so you don't mind. Yeah.
Touching on the title of this session, which is the purpose of a coronation, but anticipating possibly what we will discuss tomorrow afternoon about media and social media. This is just a general observation. I felt that there was very little attempt made to demystify the purpose of this coronation. Learning about its political ramifications, its constitutional ramifications, its religious dimension. I don't know if in 1902, 11, 37 or 53 people had more of an idea about the implications and the purpose of a coronation.
Yes.
I feel that there was very little attempt was made. I don't know what I would have suggested, maybe an hour-long BBC documentary to elucidate some of the background to this ceremony, which I think left quite a few people completely mystified.
Mm.
Sorry, I missed some people here.
I was just going to flesh out the organizational aspect. So until 53, there was a set process. A coronation proclamation would announce the date of the coronation, appoint a committee of the Privy Council to organise the coronation, and this would be proclaimed as with the accession of a new monarch at certain locations throughout the UK. None of that happened this time round, interestingly. And in 53, an executive committee of that Privy Council committee was then chaired by the Earl Marshal. And indeed, in 53, he would hold press conferences and give updates, and it was all remarkably transparent. And the third aspect in 53 was a coronation commission chaired by the Duke of Edinburgh to consider aspects of the arrangements which were of common concern to the United Kingdom and other member states of the Commonwealth. And I think he dealt with the televising of the ceremony, which was controversial at the time. But as I say, this time it was all remarkably secretive. So in the Commons, the Second Church Estates Commissioner let slip in a response to a question where he referred to the existence of a coronation committee with the Archbishop of Canterbury and the Earl Marshal planning the service. But I know from a friend who works for the bishops in Parliament that they were very annoyed that he'd even alluded to the existence of the committee in public, which, as I say, is quite a contrast with 53, where it was relatively transparent, press conferences, lots of reporting, all the rest.
So just picking up on one further dimension, not only was it very secretive this time round, but also I'm getting the sense that the government was remarkably passive. That it didn't set up a committee.
Yeah.
This was driven and planned largely by the palace.
That's my impression. Whereas before there was a formal order in council, in the Privy Council, to establish a committee. This was all public knowledge.
Yes.
This time, the focus appeared to be much more in the palace. Of course, the government had input in certain respects, who was invited and so on, but not nearly to the same degree as in 53, which is curious. You'd expect that the movement would be in the other
Yes.
direction.
And
Yes.
37. I mean, again, it is,
Hmm.
and Michael and I were looking at the coronation in 53 from the perspective of Lord Woolton's involvement. But equally, looking back at 37, the huge discussion, the huge public interest was matched by the concern, the active concern of the government, because, as was voiced by Churchill, this is not just a coronation, but it's also the inauguration, the public formal inauguration of the head of state. And as such, certainly in 53, certainly in 37, that was very consciously in the government's mind. And I find it interesting and intriguing that it is absent this time round.
I wonder whether, just quickly on that, I wonder whether it's possibly a reflection of the relative levels of experience and sort of gravitas of the participants. In 1953, of course, you have Churchill effectively schooling, doing his Lord Melbourne Act, schooling a young sovereign in the ways of state. And you then get to this year, and actually you have the exact reverse. You have, well, actually, as it turned out, two very young prime ministers in succession, young and inexperienced prime ministers, with the most experienced heir to the throne we have ever had, with very clear ideas about how he wants things to be done. And I think that's the dynamic that actually probably has driven a lot of this, that there was in government a lack of confidence in asserting themselves into what they will have assumed to be, it's one of those royal ceremonies. Well, the palace does that sort of stuff, and the archbishops, can look after it. And I think within government, I think there's certainly from the political leadership of the government, a lack of intuitive understanding of the ceremonial and its significance, and also just a lack of a sense of gravitas to actually impose themselves on the king, who's a pretty formidable operator generally and is most experienced.
Just briefly to add to that, Oliver Dowden was invited by PACAC, the Public Administration Constitutional Committee in the Commons, to talk about coronation planning. And when he got to the Court of Claims, he started giggling, which I think rather spoke to the fact he didn't take it very seriously. But actually, the parliamentary coverage of this coronation was very minimal. There was a written statement on the coronation oath, a couple of PQs, but nothing compared with what you had in 37 and 53, where every aspect was aired in the chamber in statements.
Yes. And I thought you were going to refer to this. Oliver Dowden, in his evidence to PACAC, at one point, in effect, he was asked, so who is responsible for planning and organizing the coronation? And I was really surprised by his answer, because he said the palace.
Yeah.
And then in fact backed off. Said it's the king's coronation, the palace is in charge.
Yeah.
And it was remarkable because it is, as I understand it, a state event that the government pays for.
And helps to organize. Yeah, no, I was very struck.
Yes.
And presumably in setting the date relatively, well, the date wasn't set until October for May. with Christmas and Easter in between, gave everybody very little time to even realise what their responsibilities were, let alone take them up.
Yeah, if we're talking Olympics, you know, it's it takes quite a lot, and in 50, you know, the first thing I started being disappointed about was when they said, you know, the Abbey is going to remain open until, you know, a week before, and I thought, oh, you know, the Abbey closed at the start of 1953 for them to basically build the Olympic Stadium effectively, you know, and so immediately we knew that there'll be fewer people attending, all that stuff. And it just, yes.
I mean, I think in a way that the Abbey question talks to quite a lot of the concerns that have been flagged up so far. I remember talking with a senior person from the Abbey about 5 years ago, who was very, very excited because the Abbey had got in a very fierce health and safety advisor who had reversed the previous advice, which would have allowed for tiering, much more staging, enabling the Abbey to stay open for longer. Because their concern, it would seem from this senior person, was that they would lose too much money if they had to close early because of the Abbey opening. Now, actually, how much I love Westminster Abbey, in fact, they're the patron of my church, so I've got great affection for them. They pointed me where I am. They should have just been told, this is your blasted role.
Yeah.
You know, you have people visiting because you're the place that hosts the coronation and state funerals. So, you know, and actually, you know, if they got a particularly fierce health and safety person, then somebody from the Palace of the government should have sent a less fierce health and safety inspector in to overturn them. Because this isn't, you know, actually in the end, it isn't really just for the Abbey to make that call. This is a much wider thing. And a lot of the problems that came from a lot of people's feeling around the coronation stemmed from the fact that you were able to have 2,000 as opposed to 7,000 people present. 8,000.
Yeah.
It was just over 8 in 1953.
Actually, this is quite a serious concern, and it shouldn't have just been left to the venue.
Yes. Again, I think this speaks to the fact that the way that this ceremony was seen, it was seen as an event. It was seen as this is a royal ceremonial event, as opposed to being this is something really fundamentally significant that actually should occupy the time of government ministers, of Parliament, of the media and of the nation in the preparation for it. And just being seen as, and I think part of that, I was going to say that in my remarks a little bit as well, that in a sense, the accession has taken on, I think, a lot more of the political role that the coronation, I think, previously had the sort of monopoly on. Not exclusively, because a lot of this happened in 53 as well with the visits, the state visits around the UK. But I think certainly in terms of the planning that was done by the king when he was Prince of Wales, or by his staff for the first weeks and months of his reign, obviously a very sensitive topic because the public position was always, we don't discuss that. But the preparations that we know were done were all about the accession. They're all about the week and 2 weeks after the accession. And we saw that immediately that the Queen died, that there was an immediate, as well as the Accession Council, we had the visits around the UK and so on, and that was all very carefully planned. But also those were planned with a political sense in mind. This is, as I talked about, the lack of any real sense in the coronation of establishing the sovereign at the heart of the Constitution and as the Crown in Parliament. A large part of that was because that was all being done around the accession. The visits are, you know, to the different devolved nations. Was to establish the political authority in those. And also, when I talk about members of Parliament not being involved in the coronation and peers, we did have the presentation of a loyal address in the week of the accession. The King and Queen went to Parliament and received a loyal address. And in terms of the coronation, when the suggestion was put that members of both houses should have more of a role, perhaps in Westminster Hall, the response was really, well, we've done that. Effectively, that actually in that accession week, that's what that was. That was Parliament acknowledging and recognising the king as sovereign then. All they got in the week of the coronation was a lunch party, I think. They had a sort of an informal lunch in Westminster Hall that King and Queen went to. But yes, I think that I think is, as Marcus said, is part of the issue here, that it's seen very much as being just a you know, an event like any other. In terms of the Abbey, I was very disappointed there was no royal box. You know, I mean, even the fact that, you know, looking, because I kept looking at the picture, sort of saying, where is that, you know, behind the two the kneeling stools, effectively. You saw the royal box in previous coronations, and I was trying to work out, both on my visit to the Abbey before the coronation, sort of like, oh, they'll have to take all of that out, you know, that paneling there will have to be removed and everything else. And I could see people sort of painting and gilding as a wonderful sign, saying beware gilding in process, which I thought progress, which I thought was a great sign for the beginning of the coronation. But there's a lot of that going on, a lot of painting of railings and things. But I couldn't see very much building work at all going. So even to the extent of establishing a royal box there was just, you know, as Marcus said, there's absolutely no closure period to prepare the Abbey in any meaningful way for its main role.
Yeah.
I was wondering how John was reacting to some of the comments that we've just been hearing, because you were actually there and you commented on how well organized you felt it was, but you also commented on the lack of prior information. Did you feel in any way involved in the run-up to the coronation?
Okay, yes, your question, the simple answer is no. We didn't feel involved at all, and felt, perhaps disenfranchised is probably the wrong word, but certainly we felt very remote from what was actually going on as far as the organisation was concerned. We only really confronted it actually on the day. So we were kept in the dark. But my point about, as far as the organisation, you know, when we actually got there, what we thought was actually first class. But what went on behind the scenes beforehand, we have absolutely no idea. And perhaps, you know, truthfully, perhaps we don't need to know. But I did feel that we were out of the loop, very much so.
And then Yusu.
I think perhaps one of the things that we're all circling around is the fact that what the coronation highlighted is a collapse in understanding and appreciation of and interest in the Constitution that's afflicted the political class, and particularly that those actively involved in politics. I'm interested to note that friends of mine, sometimes congregants of mine who work in government or work for Conservative MPs or worse, work for as special advisors, their interest in the Constitution generally extends to an eye roll. There's a view that this is all stuff that doesn't matter. And I think that's been the view that's been at the heart of British government since Tony Blair's era. And in a way, the constitutions, the coronation saw that being played out. Where was the Lord Chancellor? The Lord High Chancellor of the United Kingdom stood immediately behind the Queen when she was being crowned, because he was, you know, the head of the judiciary. He's the person representing that entire portion of the Constitution, standing there. The Lord Chancellor of the United Kingdom was stuck in a pew somewhere in full talk, but stuck away in a pew. There was no hint that that pillar of the Constitution was significant. Undergirding, you know, what the Constitution talks about. So what the coronation talks about what the Constitution is actually about, and some of the changes that happened, which were wise, about including people of other faiths in presenting presenting some of the elements, took away, drained from them their significance. You know, the sword of state stops being about be not so Be not so merciful that you see not justice be done. You know, the wonderful wording about what the king does and therefore what his government does and what his agents do. And and I think part of that is that across the entire political system, there's a lack of appreciation that this matters.
Sue.
Thank you. I completely agree that there is general mystification about the Constitution, the place of the coronation in the Constitution, and everything that is so critically symbolic in that event, which has been progressively diluted. And so it seemed for the wider public to be a degree of flummery and irrelevance, that event planning, rather than, as you say, the inauguration, the head of state, and everything that came with those critical symbolic markers. My question is for Robert, please. You made the point about changing the oath would require legislation, statutory amendment. But of course, there's also the significance for Commonwealth realms. So as I understand it, that would also require statutory amendment in Commonwealth realms if the oath was to be amended. Am I correct?
I can't confidently answer. If Bob Morris is online, I'm sure that he could.
No.
But I can't see him on the screen.
No.
Oh, Dave,
Okay.
Is he?
Dave can help us.
No, really, because it's complicated. As I said earlier, the statutory coronation of governments long ago stopped
Yes.
formally amending. Instead, it was done by proclamation, ordering council, and now by written statement, which is highly, highly curious. But the principle is that the Commonwealth realms are all informed and agree that underpins 37, 53, and this year.
Okay.
But the successive governments have been very keen to avoid legislation on the main coronation oath.
Yes.
Now, the others don't really, do they apply or don't they? It's very, the Statute of Westminster comes into play here as well, but again, the preamble is, the status of the preamble is unclear. But the accession declaration,
Yes.
was a strong basis for that being amended as it was in 1910. And the Scottish oath, the Scottish oath, it is, yes, it is statutory. It's in,
It is.
it's that in 1706. So
Well, it was
it's
in
one
the
of-
Act of Union
Yeah.
originally.
So
Yes.
it's in the early 18th century statutes. That would again, given the fact that they've avoided legislating for the main coronation oath, I wonder actually if it came to that, whether they would just get agreement and
Exactly.
a written
there would be,
statement. Here we
in my
are.
mind, a political advantage not to be pushing it to
Yeah.
statutory amendment. So,
Because then you need a debate. People will make unhelpful comments.
Exactly,
And I
yeah.
think so actually, I think they would end up playing a bit fast and loose and just saying, everyone's agreed, this is not controversial, here's the written statement, it's all.
Unless it's controversial.
What's interesting is that Robert Blackburn, I remember when we were putting a chapter together for the Windsor Dynasty collection, that Robert, looking at the events surrounding the abdication of Edward VIII, made the cogent point that the Commonwealth leaders who Baldwin consulted and insisted he had to consult over the issue of Edward's desire to marry Mrs. Simpson need not have been consulted. What Robert was focusing on was the issue of how Edward, in fact, did not need to abdicate, and that the involvement of the Commonwealth leaders was very largely to do with Stanley Baldwin's own moral perspective, that various advisors did suggest to Edward that there could be a fight back. Churchill strongly urged it on him. Edward didn't want to, but that understanding that doesn't take away from the point that the Commonwealth leaders on that constitutional issue did not, and it was settled back in 36, 37, did not need run up the order 36 essentially, and confirmed with 37, did not need to be consulted. They were consulted for political convenience, to put pressure on the king, rather than because it was a constitutional necessity.
But isn't that because there what you're talking about is the king marrying? Here what's been talking.
No,
about
no,
is
because
changing
it was
names.
leading up
Charles
to,
Blanchard Dream.
it was the principle that Stanley Baldwin was arguing that it had to be settled and sorted before the coronation. The coronation would have to be aborted if the Commonwealth leaders did not agree that the king could have any form of marriage with Mrs. Simpson. So it was the timing, the context of the contact with the prime ministers was because of the upcoming coronation.
Succession to the crown would obviously undeniably need legislation everywhere, as in 2013.
Exactly, that's what came to my mind.
There was sort of slightly separate.
Just pick up on what, sorry, briefly on what Sue said about the importance of the oath for the Commonwealth realms. It's certainly worth saying that in terms of the accession, there was a I think a more keen awareness in government of the sensitivities around certainly the Commonwealth realms, purely because I'm given to understand it was one of the things that in the planning had been identified as a significant risk, that at the moment of accession there was an opportunity at that point for there to be a political problem, and in terms of I think Marcus is absolutely right about the diminution of understanding and reverence for the constitution amongst the political classes in the UK, but you'd expect the official states to actually still understand these points. And I think that's part of the problem, is that actually we kind of expect maybe politicians not to. I think in some extent that has also bled across into the official state. But in terms of this, the political problem they foresaw at the moment of the Queen's death and the accession of the King was a potential flashpoint and a controversy over the Commonwealth realms. So I think there was probably more awareness over the potential sensitivities around the Commonwealth than perhaps about anything else, really. Maybe about the devolved nations as well. But again, this is seen through a political context as being a problem to be managed, rather than this is important because it's important.
Alec.
Yeah, just to go back to the point of sort of constitutional ignorance on the part of the public and also the political class. I think there was mention about Tony Blair being to blame. Now, any opportunity to blame Tony Blair for things, I'm usually there. However, it does strike me in this that actually the problem does go back further. That actually in some senses it is to do with supporters of the monarchy trivializing the role of the monarchy, and indeed you could even argue the kind of domestication of the House of Windsor, you know, under George V, etc., trying to, you know, be this kind of people's monarchy, etc. People then being interested in the tabloidy side of things, and, you know, the private lives of the monarch and their family, you know, both in a salacious and also in a sort of domesticated way. All of these kind of things have moved things away from the kind of coldly constitutional element. I mean, you could even argue that elements like even things like the pageantry and the military side of things, well, whilst you could put that within a kind of wider constitutional point, you know, much of that is a later innovation as well. You know, so, you know, pre-Queen Victoria, the military side of things, you know, as will be talked about tomorrow, is not really a thing. All of those additional layers that have been added, I mean, in some senses, sort of 1953 is the kind of perfect encapsulation of everything seemingly, as far as we see it now, being in that kind of perfect balance. But yeah, it does strike me that, you know, whilst it's easy to kind of point to the last 25 years or so and saying, oh, you know, this has led to the trivialization. You know, it is after all the fallback position of too many supporters of the monarchy on Twitter to cry, but think of the tourism, you know, and that is, I think, a fundamental element we have to remember here. Not all Tony Blair's fault, much as I wish it was.
What's interesting, you mentioned, David, the issue that you found it strange that various visits were termed, domestic visits were termed state visits. In fact, formal visits to towns and cities around the UK were termed state visits until Edward VII's reign. I mean, Victoria went, for example, on a state visit to Nottingham.
So it's in,
Then had a private visit afterwards.
so it's in state in the same way state opening of Parliament is. It's yeah, I sort of misunderstood.
It was, you know, it was publicized, it was discussed in local and national press. The Queen, the Prince Consort, state visit to Nottingham, state visit to Exeter, state visit to that. So it again, that the domestic movement of the monarch around the United Kingdom has for over a century been seen as not a particular state function, and it absolutely was when it came to, and it was labeled as such up to the start of the 20th century.
Interesting.
Actually, on the point of a state visit, it does remind me, because one of my students did a PhD on state visits, and hence what we know. But the other point has to be, and this is to do with the attitude to other religions. Now, Edward VII was surprisingly aware, certainly, of Catholics, and how this might play to the Irish in particular. So why state visits? This was a particular problem. This was an issue he thought about very, very carefully when visiting Rome. So the issue of religion is not something new and has been played out. So particularly the idea that Catholics must be considered has been there for well over a century. Certainly from the late 19th century onwards, there's been an understanding that that must be there. So what has changed now is the other kinds of religions that we're looking at, but it's not that it was never there, but the dominance of the Anglican Church was considered essential. But nevertheless, there was a sense that, you know, you did need to pay some attention to the other faiths. One of the things which does come to mind, and this is to do getting back to Edward VII, and that is his coronation. I mean, after all, his coronation was coming after a long period of, you know, when Queen Victoria was on the throne. That was in some ways the relationship between the then government and the palace. It might be, you know, it might be said was different, and the politicians took more of an interest. So there does seem, in my opinion, please correct me if I'm wrong, that there seems to be a problem as far as the politicians were concerned and how they saw the coronation. And so the coronation that I'm more familiar with, which is 53, certainly the politicians were very mindful about 53.
And part of that, as you well know, Michael, is the fact that it's a political choice by the Conservative government to make it a big thing. Can I ask a question of the other speakers? I wonder, we talked about the sort of lack of political interest in the Constitution. I wanted to sort of ask Robert if, in all the work you've done on the monarchy in recent years, whether you've seen a kind of, whether you've seen either within academia or within sort of officials that you have contact with, the same kind of sense that this is not really a serious topic, or this is sort of something that people shouldn't really be that interested in. I wonder whether you can reflect a bit on sort of on how the subject of the coronation the monarchy, sort of studying those things fits into sort of current debate. And then also to David, whether members of parliament and parliamentarians, how much interest there is amongst them about these sort of issues of the constitution as well.
It's a good question, and in academia, interest in the monarchy is more or less non-existent. So in the constitutional law books, the Crown gets a few pages in standard constitutional law textbooks in the opening chapters. In my current discipline, politics, the monarchy does not exist, I think, for academics as a subject of serious study. While I have the floor, may I make 2 or 3 other comments? First, in terms of this theme of enhancing constitutional understanding, I think we have to acknowledge that there's potentially a big problem in the coronation being a vehicle to enhance constitutional understanding, because just taking my subject of the oaths which go back, as I said, over 300 years, are all predicated on the then monarch being not only head of state, but in effect head of the government. The monarch did at that time rule as well as reign. And so there's an awful lot of fiction or symbolism in the coronation now, with the monarch taking these oaths, promised to govern their people, and the monarch does not govern their people, the government does. So I think we have to confront that. Secondly, picking up on, well, I think there's a risk for all of us, particularly those amongst you who are historians, in wanting a current or future coronation to be more like previous coronations. So the specific point, if only the Abbey hadn't been so strict, they could have had a much bigger guest list. And from the little we know from Charles's utterances before the Queen died, we definitely know he wanted the coronation to be quicker and he wanted it to be smaller. And so it's quite possible, actually, that a guest list of 2,000 would have accorded entirely with his wishes. I genuinely don't know. Can I finish with a question to the churchmen amongst you? Because from the work that Bob Morris and I did, we did pick up quite significant disquiet in Lambeth with the wording of the oaths and a wish that they should be changed. We know that didn't happen. If it were to happen in the future, can any of you see the church trying to take a lead on this? I think Justin Welby now has only 2 years to go. So he may not regard it as very important in his remaining time in office. But if it were to be picked up by one of his successors, how do you see that happening, and what would the attitude of other church people be? Or is it a nettle that actually any sensible leader would be wise not to grasp, because there might be yet another set of divisions within the church?
I think in the first instance, and my colleagues will probably know more than me about this, but there is great sensitivity about how Roman Catholic colleagues feel about this. That there's been a lot of disquiet there, and that's why there's worry, I think, on the church's part, because the wording, the Protestant wording, is such that it sounds both deeply exclusive and actually not consistent with how an awful lot of members of the Church of England feel about their own faith. So there would be some relief if some of that wording were tempered. I'm surprised Justin didn't handle it, because he quite likes that sort of thing. But maybe he realised this was going to be too complicated, and given the timescale, he wasn't able to. But I don't think members of the church will mind particularly. It's not a hugely debated subject within. It's not discussed
because they don't think it's going to happen. I mean, I wouldn't like anybody to let us under the illusion that I agree with your proposals. I would suggest And in fact, I hope to touch on why I think that maintaining a strong establishment element to the coronation is important and essential in a pluralist society. But onto the specifics. It doesn't surprise me for a moment that Justin Welby wanted to tinker with the oaths. He loves tinkering. And he doesn't have particular interest in matters constitutional except on a legacy question. However, I would say it would not prove to be uncontroversial if he were to be seen as watering down the establishment, especially as somebody who doesn't appear to have much affection for it, and indeed in his matter of dress chose to undermine his own office and position to play down what he was doing in the coronation. It may or may not be grasped by a future archbishop as a question. It will entirely depend on the degree to which the current archbishop is able to stack the Crown Nominations Commission to appoint a successor. But I wouldn't mistake the fact that in the absence of concrete proposals to change the oaths, and in an environment where, as we've all been saying, nothing was very much discussed, proposals to change the oath would be uncontroversial.
If I might just say something on the ecclesiastical side about these things. I mean, I think the biggest surprise, it seems to me, is that both in 1937 and 1953, when people were thinking about filming and television, they thought that they could get away with such a sort of flamboyantly popish, ritualistic Anglican presentation of the inauguration of the monarch in a country where Scotland and Northern Ireland and Wales were much, much more Protestant than they are now. And I think it was a real act of boldness, really, on behalf of people like Cosmo Lang and Geoffrey Fisher, to think that there would be enough energy to explain the rite to make it acceptable in its environment. If you consider 1953, I don't think Christmas was a public holiday in Scotland. And yet this sort of really rather, elaborately ritualistic rite was considered to be, something that could be unified. And I think that, the whole Protestantism now is a sort of fag end, really, of a dead debate. And in some ways, I think the way that people felt that the coronation would speak to what was still very Protestant constituent portions of the United Kingdom in 37 or 53 is an interesting question. Yeah.
Can I come back
Yes.
briefly on Nigel's question? Colleagues in the House of Commons regard my interest in the Crown as highly eccentric. It's fine. In terms of MP interest and from their constituents, the only two streams of questions we get are on finances. So lots of interest in whether the King pays tax, the legal basis of that, and so on. And secondly, conspiracy theories. A lot of questions come in from constituents via MPs who really ought to filter them out a bit more. Stuff around curiously, there was something going around for most of this year that the King's coronation oath was invalid because he'd attended some environmental conference last year. Spent rather too much time responding to that kind of thing. But otherwise, in terms of the Crown and the Constitution, very little, I think.
Simon, we're near the end. I also would like to read out some of the comments online. So, Simon.
I will be very brief. Merely to point out that this is not solely a matter for the Anglican clergy. Speaking as somebody active in the Church of England in my own parish, were the issue of the oaths to be discussed around my own family Christmas dinner table, I would have considerable difficulty justifying the existing oaths to not just my Catholic niece, but also to my Methodist brother, my Presbyterian sister-in-law, or indeed my Muslim nephew by marriage. It goes a little bit wider than what has been discussed before. I wouldn't argue for the complete elimination of the references to the established church from the oaths, but they are very difficult to defend as they stand at the moment.
Okay, just let me read a comment, which I think, because I think it might be useful. This is from John Crawford. Although I cannot remember the wording and structure used during the ceremony, I would suggest that it is reviewed to ensure more plain English is used, so the public following the event understand what is happening at each stage of the coronation. It is important to recognize that the event is for the people and not just an event to officially crown the king. And he goes on to say, I'd like to know how King Charles invited charity representatives and other walks of life to promote social cohesion and civic participation.
I did like how.
Sorry?
It says I did like how.
Oh, I did like, sorry, I misread that. Apologies, thank you. I mean, I'd like to just, one of the first conference I gave a paper about who was not invited. And actually, I think that this is a very interesting thing about some of the planning, who was invited, who was not invited. And again, you know, sort of because although I'm a historian, I work with people in politics. And one of the things which I've been very interested in is elite creation and elite constructions. And actually, this coronation was in some ways, I would argue, an example of an elite being created in one way, but also trying to navigate around new elites and so forth. I think that is also represented in things like the coronation oath and so forth. How do you actually deal with what appears to be a fluid situation, but also a situation which I suspect many people like being fluid because they can benefit out of that as well. Okay, so that's pretty much a quarter past the hour when the morning break starts. I think we'll end there. And I mean, I'm sure we'll continue to have discussion, but let's have tea and coffee in the meantime. We'll be meeting back at 11:30 when the coronation rite will be discussed in more detail.
Right, thank you for returning so promptly. The second panel today is on the coronation rite. And I am grateful to the four gentlemen named in the programme for joining us for this. I should begin with not quite an apologia, possibly, but a slightly defensive statement. I am keenly aware that this panel consists of 5 white men, all in various stages of denial about being middle-aged. We had very much wanted to have a much more diverse panel and had approached several of the church participants in the coronation service to take part in the panel. Unfortunately, we have had no luck getting participation or indeed actually responses. So we will run with the considerable expertise that we already have. On which note, I will set the panel going. I'll let us simply talk in the order in which people are named on the programme. So Canon Hawkey, if I could invite you please to speak first.
Thank you very much, Simon. It's very nice to be here. And I could begin by simply apologising that I can't stay for the whole of today or indeed come back tomorrow. But it's very good to be with you. What I'm going to say this morning will be very brief, and it is simply to really make one point, which is about the kind of innovations in this coronation liturgy. And the coronation rite, of course, despite the fact that we often think about it being sort of rooted in all sorts of traditions and texts, including, of course, the instructions and the text in the Liber Regalis, have always been subject to substantial development. I think there are particular developments in this coronation which we should notice, and particular developments on themes that will need to be cashed out both during this reign and in thinking about any future such rites. But before I just introduce us to a few of those innovations, I want to make one point which I think has been overlooked by a lot of commentary, and that is that until and including the coronation of 1953, the coronation was essentially an occasion of the peerage. And I do think that when we examine developments in the Rite this time round, one of the things we should notice is the substantial move away from a focus on the peerage as being, if you like, the mise en scène of the coronation itself. So coronation's always a blend of tradition and innovation, and this one, of course, no exception, with what is, I think, undoubtedly an extraordinary and unprecedented level of planning and conversation between Buckingham Palace, Lambeth Palace, and the Abbey, certainly vis-a-vis the Rite. There were no fewer than 12 new musical commissions, including a setting of the Kyrie in Welsh, and the verses of the Veni Creator, or the great medieval invocation of the Holy Spirit used at ordinations, sung in the languages of the four nations of the UK. But innovation and tradition, for the first time, the St. Augustine Gospels, surely one of the great treasures of England, a fragile volume brought to England by Augustine from Rome in 597, were venerated by the king after the proclamation of the gospel. As the sword of state was presented, a group of Byzantine chanters sung a setting in Greek of Psalm 72, one of the royal psalms, which connected the liturgy with the theology of the Davidic kings of the First Temple period. Also, of course, an act of homage to the king's father, Prince Philip, also perhaps to his broader Orthodox sympathies and Orthodox ancestry. The anointing, of course, received a huge amount of attention. This time, the innovation was in the fabric of a screen, special new screen instead of a canopy made to shield the king from view, made by the Royal School of Needlework. The central image, itself a rather malleable image, a depiction of the tree of life surmounted by the dove of the Holy Spirit. Those of you familiar with the great apse mosaic of San Clemente in Rome, that extraordinary artistic depiction of the cross as the tree of life, may have noticed some resonances of the birds nesting in the branches, but of course, unlike the symbolism of the cosmati of the San Clemente mosaic, this was principally about the harmony of realms and Commonwealth, rather than, as it were, the Christian Commonwealth, capital C, then small c. The anointing oil itself, tradition and innovation, this time made from oil harvested from the olive trees on the Mount of Olives in Jerusalem, believing by some to date back to the Lord's own earthly life, surrounding the tombs of Princess Alice of Greece, the king's paternal grandmother, and the tomb of St. Elizaveta Fyodorovna, the king's great-great-aunt, the saintly Grand Duchess martyred by the Bolsheviks in 1918. The oil, of course, usually consecrated on the morning of the coronation, often by a bishop who is also a canon of Westminster. But this time, the oil was consecrated well before it even arrived on the shores of the United Kingdom, in the Church of the Holy Sepulchre itself in Jerusalem, by the Greek Patriarch of Jerusalem, Patriarch Theophilus, with the involvement of the local Anglican Archbishop. This was widely reported as being a joint liturgy of consecration. That is not the case. The rite that was used by the Greek Patriarch in the Holy Sepulchre was a variant on the rite of the consecration of chrism, into which the Anglican Archbishop was, albeit in an unprecedented way, invited to offer a prayer. But this was not a rite of joint consecration. But of all the innovations at this particular coronation, such a remarkable ecumenical offering would have been completely unthinkable in 1953. And I think it really is a harvesting both of some of the extraordinary theological agreements that the Orthodox and the Anglican Communion have come to in the last half century, as well as the enormous affection and respect in which His Majesty is held by the Orthodox world, that this gesture was possible. Leading the King's procession was, of course, the Cross of Wales, made in silver and given by the King to the Church in Wales to mark its centenary, and in which were enshrined, most movingly, two tiny fragments of the true cross, a gift from Pope Francis to the King, in an almost overwhelmingly fraternal move, again, utterly unthinkable 70 years ago. So I think we do see in this coronation rite the imaging, the making present of some of the remarkable ecumenical developments of the last half century and a bit. In 1953, of course, the only non-Anglican cleric to have any involvement in the rite was the moderator of the General Assembly of the Church of Scotland, who presented the Bible to the king for the oath, representing the rights of the Church of Scotland. But this year, after the king was crowned, surrounded by representatives of many different churches, to pray together a blessing upon the king and upon his reign. There's a broader conversation perhaps about leaders of other faiths, non-Christian faiths, and about how they were and weren't involved that we could maybe pick up on in conversation. As I began this extremely short reflection, I noted that one of the big developments we need to notice is the move from this sense that the coronation is principally an event of the peerage to being something really much broader. You don't have a clearer symbol of that change than the first question, if you like, which was posed to the king after he'd arrived in the sacrarium of Westminster Abbey, when he was welcomed by one of the choristers, one of the boy choristers of the Chapel Royal. In response, the king declared that he'd come not to be served, but to serve, echoing the teaching of Jesus. We've become so profoundly familiar with the concept of monarchy as public service during the reign of the late Queen that we could really underestimate the potential that that has to interrogate other forms of leadership in our own day. And the king's own specific commitments to opportunities for young people, to the arts, to the world's great faiths, and to the environment, mark him out as somebody really attuned to so much of what matters to young people today. Clearly, there are many, many other ways in which the Coronation Rite might have sought to connect to a particular younger generation. But this little gesture at the very beginning of the rite, I think, was an effort to place public service right at the heart, and also just a nod towards the next generation. That's probably enough.
It's commendably terse and very substantial. Thank you very much indeed. Unless there are pressing immediate questions on any of the presentations, I suggest that we take the 4 presentations first and then move to comments and questions afterwards. In which case, William, may I turn to you?
Thank you very much to King's London for hosting this event. Both as a Church of England and Royal Foundation, I think you have much to contribute to this discussion, and it's a pleasure to be with my colleagues, most of whom were on my podcast, which I did before the coronation, but Father Robin was busy with the prayer book podcast, so was otherwise engaged, but very, very good to have him here. The 1953 rite was the fruit of considerable scholarship between the late 19th century and Fisher's text, which corrected some of the bewildering editions of 1689 and remained faithful to the best of earlier traditions. I remain puzzled as to how and why that solid inheritance was jettisoned, and will explain in a moment some of my particular frustrations. Before the text publication, as we've already discussed, only a week before the coronation itself, it was clear that this coronation would reflect modern multi-faith Britain, which it did, and certainly the nature of the rite as one which offered generous hospitality to interfaith guests was, I think, very successful, as well Jamie's already said. My guess that the rite would be strikingly Christian was also not misplaced, partly because of the increasingly secularized nature of society. It sat rather wonderfully in contrast both to modernity and antipathetic tendencies. It kept equally significantly the sacral character of the rite as an ordination, or a sort of ordination. It was not a secular investiture or anything resembling really an presidential inauguration. And crucially, for a rite of this kind, it spelled something of the character of the incarnation, which sacraments do. There were several successful optics. The visible presence and participation, particularly of lay people of different faiths and backgrounds, the intelligent use of music to give very wide representation. The nods to William Byrd in his anniversary year was striking, subtle, and very cleverly ecumenical. Many Roman Catholics, lay and ordained, having an active part in the service or even presence at the service. The incorporation, as Father Jamie said, of the splinters of the True Cross in the Welsh processional cross. The inspired backstory, as we've heard, of the chrism oil. Behind that, the recognition of the atoning character of sacral anointing, Psalm 2, and the prayer for unity amidst warring nations. And I think actually within the Anglican Communion, there's all sorts of things that could be said about that. The site of the Cosmati pavement. I have very mixed feelings, I have to say, about the use of the screen, because the canopy, it looked splendid and was beautifully made, but the canopy which was previously used was less to obscure than to intensify the significance of something that was happening. So I think there's discussion perhaps to be had about that. And the epilogue with leaders of other faiths, albeit unamplified because of the Shabbat, was very moving indeed. And I think there probably needs to be a word said about how marvellously Penny Mordaunt carried her sword. My concerns, if we start with two large ones, the homage, which we haven't spoken about so far, I think needs a lot more thought. And as it wasn't original to Dunstan's Rite, could possibly be removed. But there certainly needs to be discussion about it. And we've had a very interesting discussion already about the coronation oath. I would hope one of the fruits of this exercise would be to suggest a shape for discussion of the coronation rite before the end of this reign and well in advance of the next coronation. We've already said, but I would use another word, that there was something furtive actually about the preparation of this rite, and I think that was jolly unfortunate. Clearly, there was a very short time between the accession and the coronation, but that's why the work needs to be done now. From a liturgical perspective, and I'm very interested to hear what Father Robin has to say, as he's a much better liturgist than me, but there were several points. The repositioning of the presentation of the Bible was absolutely needless. The move to the use of common worship was little short of an abomination. Sartorially, who on earth signed off on those ghastly coats? The slavish attention to...
Tell us what you think, Father.
The slavish attention to common worship and Eastertide was not followed through at the end of the service, so it was an inconsistent muddle. Some here may recall
The removal of everlasting joy and felicity is a prayer for the king's life in the world to come, substituted by the frankly embarrassingly prosaic happy eternity. These examples leave lovers of the cadences of the old rite in a state of uncomprehending desolation, and they risk the next iteration being considerably more denuded, because if the baby wasn't thrown out, it's certainly suffering from hypothermia now. I would plead for a more thorough return to the sources, to avoid solecism, and to ensure the Church of England's part in this key moment in our national story rests on secure liturgical foundations. God save the King.
I must come round the corner from St Mary's to hear you preach more often. Thank you, William. To who next? Marcus, call on you.
Thank you very much. I think after such a blast of deep thought, but also criticism of the right, and many of those criticisms I would share, I by contrast would like to be the optimist in the room, and also to fire quite a strong blast of defence of the I suppose the high establishment element of the coronation and of the oath, and of what it is that this is doing in a modern secular or multi-faith world. I mean, much of our conversation this morning and much of the conversation that floated around the coronation, not just hinted at, but actually really deeply reflects the embarrassment that a lot of people within the church and beyond it feels about a manifestation of raw establishment in 21st century England, the establishment of the church placed in 21st century Britain. And particularly in what it says about what we often call a secular state, although the questions about what secular means and whether we mean by that secular or multi-faith are actually really important to explore and to tease out. I'm taken by what the Queen said in the Diamond Jubilee when she gave an address at Lambeth Palace to faith leaders, and she said, "The concept of our established church is occasionally misunderstood and I believe commonly underappreciated. Its role is not to defend Anglicanism to the exclusion of other religions. Instead, the church has a duty to protect the free practice of all faiths in this country. It certainly provides an identity and spiritual dimension for its own many adherents, but also gently and assuredly, the Church of England has created an environment for other faith communities and indeed people of no faith to live freely. Woven into the fabric of this country, the church has helped to build a better society, more and more in active cooperation for the common good with those of other faiths." Now, we can, the question of how that establishment is held is really quite live. And actually what is important about the coronation is that for that establishment, that sort of generous establishment, that upgirding establishment, the establishment itself needs to be secure. Now, it's telling that of the faith communities in the United Kingdom, both ecumenical and multi-faith, only one has so far called for disestablishment, and that is the Buddhist community. The various different manifestations of Islam in the public square has consistently supported establishment on the grounds that it gives them a voice. Roman Catholic bishops, and in fact the Archbishop of Birmingham, who spoke in a debate on disestablishment during my term at the Oxford Union, was very clear that the disestablishment of the church means the silencing of the voices of faith across all faith traditions, not the empowering of their voices. The question at its core really comes down to what secular means. Rowan Williams talks in his book, Faith in the Public Square, of the difference between, well, essentially of the threat of the French-style programmatic secularism, in which he says, in which any and every public manifestation of any particular religious allegiance is to be ironed out, so that everyone may share a clear public loyalty to the state, unclouded by private convictions, and any sign of those private convictions are rigorously banned from the public space. At heart, that's what's being called for when you hear people calling for a sort of anemic investiture ceremony, probably in the QE2 Centre. The kind of, upheld by a judge, or something like that. The driving out of faith is not what's needed in a multi-faith world. And in fact, we ignore at our peril the importance of faith in the newer communities of the United Kingdom. 80% of Black Christians go to church. If that could be true of white Christians, the Church of England's established status would be considerably less at risk. There's attendance at mosque and at temple of people of Muslim and Hindu backgrounds is up in the 70%. It's among the most important things for people's identities. The inclusion of people of other faiths in the Coronation Rite was brilliant, I would like to suggest, showing the way in which generous establishment holds our multi-faith society sort of safely within the boundaries established by the established church. But as Nigel Biggar said when he was professor of moral and pastoral theology at Oxford, a liberal humanist ethos, he means humanist in the old sense, a liberal humanist ethos and its supporting humanist anthropology is a particular option and not a natural default position. It is therefore subject to competition and vulnerable to being overwhelmed, and indeed it has been in living memory. Accordingly, public institutions that would stay liberal need actively to promote a liberal ethos and the humanist view of the world that makes sense of it. There are various possibilities, not all of which can be affirmed simultaneously by the same institutions or in the same public rituals. One, therefore, needs to be chosen. In England, Anglican Christianity is, notwithstanding the blemishes on its historical record, the sitting and not unworthy candidate. But there are other options. Look at Canada, another Commonwealth realm, where the French-style programmatic secularism is now really quite well established. This year, at Remembrance Sunday, it was determined to change completely what happened on Remembrance Sunday, and God was removed in all his or her forms. All religious chaplains were ordered not to wear their distinctive dress, and it was a purely secular ceremony. This created outrage, not entirely surprisingly, amongst the Anglican Church of Canada, but amongst the Muslim and Jewish and Catholic believers in the armed forces and amongst the veteran communities of Canada, who were horrified that in the driving out of the kind of soggy default, not establishment of Canada, of Anglicanism, they were driven out too. So as we consider what the coronation should look like in future years, actually recognizing the fact that establishment isn't an embarrassing holdover from the feuds of 300 years ago, but actually is the way in which we can live in a pluralist society well, and that Anglicanism, in its rather gentle way, holds the ring for other faiths, is actually essential as we discern what the nation thinks of itself for the rest of the 21st century.
Thank you. And finally, Father Robin.
Thank you very much. Yes, I want to start by comparing really the way that the coronation was prepared for this time, by the way in which it was prepared for particularly in 1937, 1953. I think 1937, which was the first coronation to be filmed, and then 1953, which was the first coronation to be televised, obviously placed tremendous demands on those who were participating in the coronation in terms of interpretation. We've heard quite a lot about multi-faith issues. Of course, the king, the present king, has fewer Muslim subjects than any of his predecessors since Queen Victoria, because the Queen in 1953 was Queen of Pakistan, and yet the coronation in 1953 and in 1937, overseen by people of particularly, I think, in 1937, Cosmo Lang, Archbishop of Canterbury, and a very young Duke of Norfolk, and then the same Duke of Norfolk in 1953 working with Geoffrey Fisher, who was perhaps less theatrical than Cosmo Lang, but also had a very clear understanding of liturgical and state projection, if you like, with these great public ceremonies, gave a lot of attention to preparation for the coronation, preparing the country to understand what was going to happen in front of it. And I do think also, boldly, they felt that it was possible to do this, considering how much stronger the sort of Protestantism, definite Protestantism, that existed in both the home countries, as we now apparently call them, and elsewhere in the empire, would experience having this very intensely ritualistic rite projected to them via film and also via the television in 1953. Hensley Henson, in his book on the Church of England, has two photographs has two plates in the book. One of the coronation of George the coronation procession of the regalia from, I think, the coronation of George IV, and then the coronation procession from Edward VII's, indicating the degree to which Anglican ritualism had transformed the visual scene of coronations in a much more ritualist way. And yet, despite that, despite those issues, it was thought possible in both 1937 and 1953 for the Archbishop and the Earl Marshal and the establishment more broadly to prepare the country. There were editions of the texts produced by the university presses in advance. There were commentaries, learned commentaries, Jocelyn Perkins' book on the coronation and so forth, that enabled people to understand and to appreciate and to follow what was going to happen. And we had none of that this time, and I think that that was a great sadness. I'm surprised by how little apparent preparation had gone into finalizing texts before the coronation, and I think that that was a great opportunity missed. I think there was a great degree of fearfulness about how the coronation was going to work out. Was it going to appear to be tremendously anachronistic? Was it going to be something that was completely incomprehensible? Was it something that both government and royal family were going to have to back away from? And I think that there was a certain sense that, you know, provided we don't talk too much about this until 5 days before, if it does turn out to be a damp squib, we'll be able to sort of, you know, back off from it, which I thought was very unfortunate. And also perhaps a bit of a, I mean, being discreet for a moment, I sat next to somebody at a dinner and I asked her if she was going to the coronation. And she said, oh, well, you know, all that stuff, I don't know, you know, the country's got no money, what are we going to do, etc., etc. And then the next time I saw her, she was on the telly saying, will you take this, your undoubted liege lord, to be your sovereign, you know, at the presentation. And so evidently between the dinner and the coronation itself, an invitation had arrived. And, you know, she was able to fulfill that role. And I think quite often, you know, ye fearful saints, fresh courage take, the showers ye so much dread are big with blessing, and shall break with showers upon your head. And I think the coronation was actually, you know, did not in fact land badly in that sense. And so I think because of that fearfulness, I think quite a lot of the preparation was not as apt as it could have been. I think I quite understand why the age of the King and Queen would mean that the coronation should be shortened and that the amount of preparation inside of the Abbey also should be shortened so that the coronation could happen in a quicker time span. I quite understand that. But I think one of the consequences of that was that the coronation lacked visual unity. I think that the coronation of 1953 in particular demonstrated a really strong, intense unity of colour and place and presentation that was almost completely lacking in the coronation this time round. I mean, it was not an and I found some of the choices rather odd, you know, no tiaras, but you know, if you're wearing a garter mantle, you're not exactly dressed inconspicuously, are you? And so I think that, you know, some people were wearing their coronation robes because, you know, at the last minute, somebody had said, can I wear it? And somebody said, yes, you can. Kings of Arms had their crowns, but none of the other peerage did. It was all a bit, you know, let's see, you know, if you want to wear it, you can. If you don't, you won't. And I think that that all needed much more hoovering. But I don't think that you know, despite the splendid efforts of the catering manager at Lambeth Palace, who was apparently in charge of arrangements from the Church of England's point of view, and the Earl Marshal, that there wasn't quite the same drive at the centre to make sure all of those things were unified that there was in 1953. And in 1937. As to the text of the rite, I agree wholeheartedly with Father William. We had a common worship coronation. And I think that looking back on the rite of coronation, one of the things that people will remember about it in the long term is it marks the end of the Book of Common Prayer as the default public liturgy of the Church of England, and its replacement with common worship. And its replacement also with, I take the point about development. I take the point that you know, the coronation has developed over the years. But there really was the most wholesale replacement of prayers that have been in use since the 17th century by new prayers, which were in an idiom which, as we're being bold, I might call what you might call common worship presenter winsome woke. And I think that, you know, sort of, you know, saying to the king around the oaths, will you seek to foster an environment? You know, what a phrase. I mean, that's not Cranmer really, is it? And various sort of rather winsome references to hymns, you know, Lord enthroned in heavenly splendor, look with favor upon thy servant Charles, our king. And the king was saying that we may discover the ways of gentleness and be led into the paths of peace. You know, a nice blast of Cecil spring rice. But I do think that that sort of idiom, which is you can hear it every single, you know, lesson of service of 9 lessons and carols in virtually every cathedral that you go to, is not really an apt idiom and a proper idiom for a rite of this sort. And I think in the rewriting of the prayers, particularly in the giving of the insignia, nearly every single prayer was rewritten in a more bland and flaccid direction. Anything to do with dominion, anything to do with the exercise of authority, all of these things were sort of watered down in a way which, you know, it was quite merciful, I think, that so much music was actually played over all this action. I mean, much of it was, much of the unfortunatenesses you didn't get to hear, or unless you were following on this, because the music covered much more of the liturgical action than it did in 1953. I mean, however, I think 1 3/4 cheers. I do want to say, you know, I think it was great. You know, it was wonderful that the king's dress was not monkeyed about with, that he came in the red robe, that he wore the full, you know, the full Byzantine regalia and came out in the purple robe of state, although the word of empire and imperial was excised. And I think also it was good that all of the regalia actually remained in use and was given to the king. Albeit in a rather sort of haphazard way, I think, an overcomplicated way at the time. As to the rearrangement of the rite, the essential rearrangements, it was rearranged in the way that the Holy Communion service in common worship is proposed now, and that accounts for the significant differences between 1953, 1937, and the rite as we saw it in May. If you like that sort of thing, you'll like that. If you don't, you will feel it as a loss. I think the arrangements for Holy Communion, in particular, for the monarch's Holy Communion, were a bit shambolic, really, actually. And there were various other bits which I felt were also a bit shambolic. Partly, I think, because I think the coronation chair was moved forward a bit from where it normally is, perhaps because of where the Cosmati pavement was. I haven't quite worked that out myself. And I think and I think that was a mistake. And I think it made it quite difficult, actually, to have the dignified amount of space that was necessary. Lovely though it was to see the Cosmati pavement and to see the king sitting in the centre of the universe, being given signs of dominion. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, take my advice. If ever you need to chair a conference panel, make sure that you have 4 experienced preachers because they run absolutely to time, for which I'm very grateful. I'm also grateful for 4 interesting and thoughtful and fairly provocative, in some cases, contributions. Before we go any further, can I ask what arrangements we are making to pick up comments from those who are joining the conference externally?
Alec, I think, are you dealing with the?
Well, I'll
Change the screen back so we can see any.
That would be helpful. Thank you.
You then see the chat and you can see any hands up as well.
We seem to have lost the sound at some point.
But that was a while back. That was
That's
because
that
someone
stuff.
was making noise and I decided to mute the sound entirely.
Right.
Conveniently during some controversial comments.
Right, well, I shall start first by inviting comments, questions from around the table here in the conference room.
Simon.
Yes, sorry.
Robert Hazel. Can I offer a comment on Marcus's presentation? And you rightly reminded us of the Queen's famous, as it were, restatement of the nature and purpose of establishment, which you summarized as generous establishment. And you quoted one of her key sentences: its role is not to defend Anglicanism to the exclusion of other religions. But I would suggest that at the moment, that's what the Coronation Oath in its ancient wording does. So that was really our driving purpose in, if you accept what you call generous establishment, I think we need that to be reflected in a more generous wording of the Coronation Oath.
I suppose the question has to be in the question of exclusion and generosity. I suppose it actually slightly comes down to how faiths interact with each other. And somebody who grew up in the Middle East, both in Cairo and in Jerusalem, one of the things that I found interesting about engagements between religions there, as opposed to a lot of multi-faith activity here, is that there it's done honestly with the recognition that there are certain truth claims that you're not going to boil down to a soggy mess in the middle. That if you're saying one thing, they're saying something else, you're not going to agree. Now, how do we get on and work together beyond that? There's a certain reality to there's a degree to which that's also true when it comes to establishment. Fundamentally, the king needs to be a Protestant member of the Church of England in order for him to be the Supreme Governor of the Church of England, and for the establishment to hold here. That's just if we remove that out of it, there is no establishment to hold the ring. Consequently, the recognition that the king declaring that he is a Protestant and that he will maintain the laws and customs of the established church just is the essential element by which that ring can exist and that ring can be held. But it isn't, I mean, nobody would expect that the heads of other religions wouldn't declare that they are the heads of those religions or denominations. They just are, they're a part of it. It's a statement, it's almost a statement of fact rather than a statement of exclusion. There's no way in which it can exist without that fact operating, and being honest about it is clean. I thought that actually, much as it was done in horrific common worship phraseology, mostly because the people drafting it don't know how to structure language well, and that's a pity in who was put into those roles. But actually, I thought that the way that it was done with the sort of prefacing of the oath and then the holding of the oath actually worked quite well. There's a recognition of where we are and what's sort of going on in the broader thing, but then the honing in to the essential, in the true meaning of the sentence, sort of reality that the king, if the king is to be the Supreme Governor of the Church of England, he is to be a member of the Protestant Reformed, the Protestant Church, and all the rest of the wordage that comes with it. So that would be my response.
Can I come back briefly? Just on the prefacing, I thought it was quite strange that the Archbishop, in his brief preface, in effect appeared to accept responsibility on behalf of the Church for the wording of the oaths and the requirement that the oaths be administered, which constitutionally has to be wrong. These are statutory oaths. The government and Parliament have to take responsibility for the oaths. And I mean, just on the wording of the oaths and whether they need to be revised and updated, Marcus, don't misunderstand me. I didn't disagree with anything that you said in your opening remarks. If you take the text of what the Queen said at her Diamond Jubilee in Lambeth Palace, and if you take the text of what King Charles said at his meeting with faith leaders in the first week of his reign, and you then try to translate that into an oath, it would not be the, to my understanding, very exclusive and narrow pitch of the old coronation oath. I do think the coronation oath needs some recognition of the importance of other faiths.
Jamie, you wanted to add something.
If you don't mind, I'm very sorry to have missed what I gather was an initial conversation about the oaths earlier this morning. I do think they will need a proper look and ideally with a long run in time for all sorts of reasons, constitutional as well as more specifically content related. But I think I completely take what you say about the preface to the oaths. And I think arguably in this coronation, there was far too much explanation going on. I mean, you should have seen some of the earlier possibilities within drafts. I mean, far too much, telling people what is about to go on, explaining acts which simply should have an impact on their own terms, The thing that worried me about the oaths this time round, particularly in the oath we've just been discussing, was how categories of contemporary self-understanding relate to historic language. I mean, that particular oath, when the king declares himself a faithful Protestant, is of course rooted in a highly particular set of historical circumstances. And it, on its own terms, fails to take into account the kind of self-description that the global Anglicanism now applies to itself. And, by the way, the kind of self-description that other Protestant churches apply to themselves. Well, Communion of Reformed churches, of which the Church of Scotland is a member, would very much use the word Reformed for itself, but the word Protestant is seen as holding a certain degree of historical and theological freight, which is perhaps not right at the very center of contemporary Anglican or other forms of ecclesial self-understanding. So as we move into conversations, I hope, nationally about the oath, which will require subtlety and time, I do think ecclesial self-understanding and how historic language relates to contemporary self-understanding really matters.
It was the case, wasn't it, at this coronation that the two oaths about being one to uphold Protestant religion and one to declare oneself Protestant were made at the coronation, which doesn't invariably happen, does it?
That's right.
Happened at first, could happen at the first state opening.
That's right, yeah.
Judith.
I think one of the unspoken issues around the coronation and indeed modern Anglicanism relates to a somewhat patronizing attitude towards congregations and individuals more widely, that somehow modern society can't understand historical verbiage. One of the issues that my students, when I used to do a module relating to reportage of various topics in 19th century newspapers, was that they could not, being themselves being educated, get their heads around the idea that when the Daily Telegraph was founded in 1855, it was genuinely a radical, left-leaning newspaper addressed at a working class audience. And my students used to say, but they can't possibly have understood that language. I said, what you're omitting is the powerful educational structures that were around at the time that explained. If you look at the origins of, so many self-education or workers' education things, people were interested. People welcome explanations of why phraseology is used, what it signifies. And that, I think, is one of the opportunities that was lost here in 2023 to explain this is a ceremony which is one rooted in time. We use these phrases in the ritual, in the rite, in the liturgy, for these reasons. This is the implication. This is how it can be adapted and explained. Descended as I am from Reverend Thomas Scott, the commentator, I was brought up on how to interpret the language of the King James Bible through commentary, which, if you read it, sought to make relevant to congregations at the time what the words meant.
Could I make a point coming out of that, which strikes me as very important? People often say, well, English religion, English Christianity is very, controversial, like Voltaire saying the English have whatever it is, 100 religions and only one source, or whatever it is. Actually, it seems to me that for 400 years, English religion was quite simple. You were either a Christian of one book, the authorized version, or a Christian of two books, the authorized version of the Book of Common Prayer. And that culture was a culture that was a print culture. And print cultures are necessarily, limited in the sense that they're rich and evocative, but they're limited. You just can't, tap into your phone and find out, anything you want. You have a book in front of you, and the attention you give to that book, or in the case of Anglican Christians, the attention you give to those two books, is a very particular sort of intention and attention, which is now, and I think this is one of the really big problems for the Church of England as a national church, is that we have now said, well, we don't do that anymore. But then what are we? We were a church of the book, two books, and now we're not. And so consequently, what are we? Are we a church that then has to just say, well, any sort of spirituality sort of comes under our umbrella, and that needs to be in the Coronation Rite or whatever? But I think that that's an absolutely fundamental point, that this issue is, the cultural issue is, the Church of England is a book that emerges, is a church that emerges from a culture of print. And now the age of print has ended. How do we do this stuff?
Especially when we've squandered the third book, the Book of Homilies.
Yes.
So not just the AV and the BCP, but the homilies, which are sort of the connecting node, if you like.
But speaking as somebody who started her pedagogical career with print in various forms and now works electronically, we're still talking about language. We're still talking about words. And the challenge is, how do you take words, explain them, make them relevant in a way that is interesting, and also robust? Because I frequently think, when I look at common worship, that the language reminds me of my students as they seek to provide excuses for why they haven't got their work in on time. I'm thinking particularly here of the general confession. I'll never do it again. Please give me this extension. And I promise I'll get myself organized next time. As I have said to students, what does a word like miserable mean? Well, if you're not miserable because of your sins, why on earth bother to confess them anyway? So it is possible verbally and backed up by electronic resources. You can Google an awful lot, students do, even if it's mainly in Wikipedia.
Can I just come in for a second on the question of the importance of the verbal and the importance of the print and verbal, which I think is true. And I think that was a seriously missed opportunity. But actually, one of the really interesting elements of the coronation is it isn't just what's said, it's what you're seeing happening. And I remember being very, very surprised when at the point of the anointing, I had my phone out. I'd sort of almost pre-prepared a slightly dismissive tweet about the screen, and I found myself crying. And actually, the enormity of the withdrawal from sight of the monarch, of the screen appearing, of Zadok the priest being sung for the first time in my life at the point at which it's written to be sung, and knowing vaguely what's going on behind that screen, even on television, it was an enormously powerful visual moment. Although I think that the loss of a lot of the language around the presentation of the sword and the orb and spurs and everything else is deeply sad and actually constitutionally significant. The sign of those being presented by members of different faith communities was a stroke of genius. Drew them in, gave a role, and so on, and actually visually hugely important. The visual sight of so much of the gospel choir singing as the gospel came back, just the visible sign of a new, an aspect of the king's, many of the king's realms, using their musical tradition to enhance the coronation. Clever, but also very powerful. So we shouldn't miss out the importance of the visual. And somebody here might be able to tell me if I'm right or not, but I heard that for the 53 coronation, there was a Hollywood producer or director involved in designing the set and the whole way in which it worked. And that's one of the reasons why it worked visually. And that this year that wasn't the case. And it's probably one of the reasons why it didn't work as well visually.
Yes, there was. It wasn't so. The link into the actual design of the coronation, the visual impact was, as I say, it's more indirect. But once it had been decided, Michael and I worked on Lord Woolton, and it was Lord Woolton who really pushed the televising.
Correct. But I think the point about the staging, it was there certainly in earlier, in the 20th century coronations anyway. What was interesting about Edward VII's coronation is that there was a trial run, which I think it's the Lumiere brothers, I can't remember.
Yes.
Whether that was correct. So the role of the visuals were there very early on, but also moving images was there even as early as 1902.
Yes, there's always been, in many ways, the great tradition is of the visual rather than of the
which I think was almost entirely missing this time round in terms of unity, really. I think that, both in 1953, 37, 4 then, and actually you can still see it if you look at the, film of the old papal ceremonies. The papal coronation of 1958 is available on film now. It's completely chaotic. It's very interesting to watch because there's no notion of rehearsal. Everybody assumed that because the basilica was so large, they wouldn't be closely observed ever. So, gesture close up. They're all pointing and waving their hands, and the Pope's sitting on the throne, and somebody reaches across to say, do we have our hats on or not? It's very unself-conscious, but very courtly and ceremonial in some ways. But there is a complete unity of the visual thing, and we lacked that. So I mean, I think in 1953, you had the gold covering of the floor, the blue, the red of the coronation robes. All of those things, gave substantial blocks of colour in which things like the magnificent, blue lion adorned coronation coats really stood out. I think this time, we had those very sort of bland, rather shabby Westminster Cathedral, third Sunday in the year, Vespers copes, which somebody evidently thought was a good idea to borrow. And I thought in particular, the Royal Box issue, we had, that woodwork over, is it Anne of Cleves' tomb? Yes. I think, that just needed to be out of sight, really. It's not terribly attractive, and it's normally covered up. And you have a sort of, you have the box full of people in tiaras, watching on at that point. And I thought that was a bit of an atmosphere hoover at that point. But there wasn't really, you've got the Lord Chamberlain, one of them's got their coronation robes on, other one's got garter robes. It was all a bit of a visual mess, I thought.
There's something of a parallel here, by the way, I think, with the music at the coronation, which now it's always very difficult when you have a dozen different composers writing for a coronation to have a great degree of unity. But in past coronations, the music does seem to have had a greater sense of unity than there was this time round, when it was very fragmentary. Alex, you wanted to come in.
To go back to the visual point, I think, yes, this idea of Hollywood directors being involved in the like, last coronation conference about the role of Alexander Korda when it came to the carriages supplying from the studios. But I think the other element in the whole visual thing is actually the issue of lighting, because, and this might seem like a trivial point in some ways, and it also links to the structural issues of there not being the balconies put in that actually blocked out a lot of natural light in 1953 and before, the need for stage lighting to then come in. The thing is, the area where the crowning happens is called the Coronation Theatre. And if you go to a theatre, the light is all on the stage. It's not the house lights go down. There seemed to me in this coronation, perhaps in some senses, almost actually kind of aided and abetted by kind of HD TV, a sort of equality of visuals where you could not distinguish in the same way that, if it had happened at night, or, the windows had been blocked out and there had been a spotlight on the throne, that kind of extra mystical special focus might have come through more strongly. But then that again feeds to health and safety concerns that have already been discussed.
Also, there was a lot more in terms of close-ups than in the 53. I don't know if that was just the way the state of play with cameras at the time, but it was almost too intrusive in the King's face, really. It's interesting that I know
there was a real determination not to have too much close focus.
That's right. There was a discussion about close-ups in 53, and it was determined that it should not be intrusive.
Well, it was a rule of no close-ups, wasn't it? Actually?
Yeah. So yeah.
And if you see any close-ups during the television coverage, I think the film footage is slightly different, but for the television, there's a great interview with one of the cameramen or the technician, I think. It was the producer, and there's the Queen is coming through the Abbey and getting closer and closer. Effectively, he's about to cut the shot because it's getting too close. And he said it's so beautiful that actually he decided that he would risk getting into trouble to show this shot. But yeah, it was a conscious decision they made that they would ban all close-ups at all, and this time clearly ultra HD, very close up.
I mean, there was a discussion with the Queen herself on this matter, and the idea was that it was going to be very hard on her to have that kind of attention put on us. That's right.
It did enhance the magic, and there was something about this that somehow wasn't quite magical.
Too close, yeah. I mean, the actual crowning, I say, I felt very uncomfortable with the Archbishop having to sort of adjust. And I mean, we didn't need to see that. But if I could just say there's one thing that, I mean, one thing that I was disappointed at, I am very fond of the sacrarium steps. And we had this extraordinary sort of slope going, which must have been very strange for the royal family on the south side and whoever it was on the north, because this sort of slope coming down and then almost to the choir stalls, whereas there wasn't any sense of elevation going up to the sacrarium on the steps, as there must have been. I can't remember, 1953. Did the Queen walk up the steps? I mean,
not up the sacrarium steps, because the theatre was built out, but she did walk up another set of steps.
But to the throne, and the throne wasn't elevated.
Absolutely right.
Which is unfortunate, because that is a theological point that's being made.
Yeah.
Because the coronation chair is not a throne.
No.
I mean, was it partly to do with the age of the monarch and the Queen, that there weren't any steps?
I'm sure those considerations would have been discussed.
I thought it was a pity.
What about the sermon? I don't know what people think about the sermon. Was it the voice that boiled a billion kettles, or was it? I'm afraid it was in my household. But I mean, I wonder whether people think that was a good restoration or not.
I'll give anyone £1 if they can tell me what it was about.
It was eminently forgettable, which is.
I mean, it draws our attention back again to William's very well made point about thematic worship. You know, actually, if a rite can't speak for itself, then there's a bit of an issue going. Yeah. And I mean, I'm personally profoundly allergic to sort of subtitled worship, so carol services having themes, even, let a carol service be a carol service. But I think one of the sort of elephants in the room here is related to how contemporary liturgy is constructed, the very practical realities of how liturgy is drafted now. And I mean, I have a lot of sympathy with what colleagues have said about elements of the rite, in terms of texts, rewritten texts. But of course, the Archbishop of Canterbury had absolute ultimate authority over this liturgy. It's issued under his authority, end of story. There were a lot of other people advising and discussing drafts, but when the chips were down, it is the Archbishop of Canterbury's right, and he authorized it as Primate of all England. But of course, as soon as you open up a liturgy like a coronation to the whims of, and I don't mean that in an entirely disparaging way, but the whims and tastes, if you like, of a particular liturgical style, a particular outlook on the church, and on wider society, you do end up de facto with something which is going to be very, very different from a pure prayer book rite, for example. But actually, I hope at some point in the future, in 100 years' time, it will be possible to publish a volume of different drafts so that people do see the progression and the development of the rite that we saw on the 6th of May. I think that in itself will be a pretty fascinating study.
One actual liturgical loss, though, because of the sermon, was the decision that it was sermon or creed.
Yes. And
creed came out and sermon came in. And I'm afraid the fathers of Nicaea or of Constantinople
no creed,
more,
no potential rights. Yeah.
I would say speak more than the Primate of all England. But what was particularly sad was, I think, one of my favourite little moments of the 53 coronation was when the Queen and her ladies in waiting all curtsied at the name of Jesus. And there's just this, but actually a really powerful moment that there's a person who has, I can't remember if she's about to be crowned or has, if she's about to be crowned or has been crowned. She's about to be crowned, and there she is. She's curtsied. The king bowing. There's something very powerful that I'm afraid is going to be better than any sermon preached by even the best preacher that we could find in the country, had we found him.
Yes.
I think that Robin's comment about the lack of confidence And that's what you hear in the room. We hadn't done it for 70 years. So how was this going to land? And I hope that as we prepare for the next coronation, we won't have to work with that lack of confidence. We won't have to work with this, well, we don't know how this is going to land, because we knew that it landed well this time, despite the negative comments. It did land well for that minority of people who watched it. And we have to remember that there was a great many people just went on with their normal life. So we need to be careful we don't speak into an echo chamber about this, and honour the fact that I know the music may not have held together as it did in past coronations, but each piece was very confidently offered. I'm sorry I won't be here this afternoon to hear Graham Davies on this, but I mean that was very positive, and the liturgy itself. A lot of the things that we wanted in the liturgy remained in the liturgy. So I'd encourage us, I think, to grow in confidence and to make sure that we don't just speak to ourselves, but we find ways of speaking to the people who will be preparing the coronation in the future, whilst one continues to fervently pray, God save the King. We have to look to the fact that is not 70 years away.
Yes, please.
Sort of following on from that, it might sound a little glib. I enjoyed the presentations very much, but I'm interested by the sort of sense of disappointment which we've had generally about various aspects. But this was an 18th century, it plays very much to what I know about, and certainly when George III was crowned, he was said to have commented to the Lord Chamberlain afterwards that he was very irritated by how many of the traditional elements had been abandoned from his coronation. And the Lord Chamberlain was supposed to have assured him, well, don't worry, Your Majesty, we'll get it right at the next coronation. I think it plays into a long tradition of mild disappointment. And just hoping that the next one might be a wee bit better.
Well, the next one cost a lot, so.
So may I? Please. For the record, whilst I share a lot of the concerns of colleagues expressed around this table, I do think you're absolutely right that we need to be careful about, as it were, a culture of disappointment here. The fact is, this was a celebration of the Eucharist with the anointing and the coronation, the giving of all the regalia at the inauguration of a new reign in the year 2023. It is quite extraordinary, actually, that modern Britain can enable this to happen and for that to just be a very natural thing. So I personally want to celebrate that really quite strongly. Marcus, I'm glad you quoted the late Queen's speech about the establishment of the Church of England. I do think if one thinks of establishment on a sort of sliding scale, establishment max, establishment min, it does open up an interesting and helpful new space for us to consider these questions. And if the Church of England is to retain any form of status beyond the legal and symbolic in this country, it needs to find ways of exploiting those opportunities rather more confidently, I think.
Could I ask of Jamie just a very small point? In 1953, and indeed before, the Dean offered the crown to the Archbishop on a cushion.
Yes, he did, that's right.
That was not the case in 2023.
No, it wasn't.
They sort of handed it to each other as if they were handing each other a drink, I think. What happened to the cushion that we see pictures of Dr. Don holding in 1953?
The honest answer is I don't know. What I can tell you is that there were a lot of conversations about the placing of the regalia on the altar, about who would hand what over to whom and how and so on and so forth. But I don't know specifically about the coronation, about the crown.
It would have been more dignified.
Yeah, it would have been.
Far more dignified. So the Archbishop could just take it.
The sense that the crown is itself a sacred object.
Right.
Yeah.
We're just passing it around.
Yeah.
I thought that was not very good. Really.
Yeah, no, I agree.
I'm not sure those online can hear.
No, that's from quite a while.
Oh, sorry.
what I would like to do then is quickly to go around the panel, because one purpose of this event is to provide pointers to a future coronation, which, as someone just said, is not going to be 70 years away. If you were asked in a few sentences to offer advice on the rite for the next coronation, what would the gist of your advice be? Can we just go quickly from left to right? Marcus?
It would be to remember what it is in each thing that's being done, in each part of the service, what the undergirding theological or constitutional reality is that it's pointing to, and to make sure that those pointers are actually happening and are phrased well.
Thank you. Jamie?
Argue that the new sovereign's first act of agency, after he's been so profoundly done to, is to offer the bread and wine for the Eucharist at the offertory. I think that is a profoundly important moment. And this time round, whilst it did happen as the king was moving into the shrine, he did touch the gifts as he went through. I think there is something extremely important. After the king has been so profoundly done to, and has been invested, deified, if you like, has become a firstborn son of God at the heart of the celestial sphere, the cosmatic pavement, that all of this is somehow seen to be given back to God in the gifts for the Eucharist. I think there's all sorts of simple but very effective ways in which that could be amplified.
Thank you.
Don't change anything that doesn't need changing and bring back the gold ingot.
You may have to explain the gold ingot.
The gold ingot was suppressed as part of the offertory rite. There are various offertory rites that used to take place. The king used to offer cloths for the altar, and a gold ingot was offered at the offertory as part of, quite closely associated with the French king used to offer a gold and a silver loaf at the offertory at the French coronation mass, but in the English coronation mass, the precious metal and the Eucharistic species were kept separate. Bring back the ingot.
It's a nicer way of taking the collection.
Only gold.
That's right.
I think start thinking about it now, really, while it's fresh in the memory of the king, because it does need to be a conversation between the current Prince of Wales and Lambeth Palace and Westminster Abbey, and I don't think there's anything wrong with there being an informal conversation. And don't just look at the last one. Make sure there are enough people who are looking back at all of them.
Now let me ask a second question, panel, which is, if we are to restore elements of the rite that were there before, or at least revise the revisions, is there a job of explanation of what this is all about to the public to be done? And if so, how should it be done? And who should take the responsibility of doing it?
Definitely. And I do think it should be the Church of England in terms of the rite. And they need to give themselves lots of time. So I think the book that you've got there, Robin, was published, I think, about 3 or 4 months before. I can't remember exactly, but in plenty of time so that it can be taught, and particularly in primary schools. I felt ludicrous going into our local primary schools without knowing exactly what I was able to tell them.
Yes, yes.
Because there were Easter holidays in between, and I wanted them to be interested and excited. And they were making crowns and doing all sorts of things, but I couldn't actually say, because we didn't know what was happening. And bear in mind, I did commentary for French television. Bear in mind, this is massive worldwide and not just in the Commonwealth. And the French in the studio where I was, their jaws were hanging open. I mean, they were absolutely astonished by the whole thing. It's so unique. And so that's why we've got to hold on to it.
France 24, the same. And the coronation publication of the coronation service has been a very long-standing feature, and they were usually published a minimum of 6 months beforehand for exactly the purposes of teaching, of conveying, be it in schools, Sunday schools. I know that things have changed, you don't go back, you'd almost certainly now need to use predominantly the media, social media included, but it could be done.
I thought that the royal collections were really outstanding in the way that they presented on their website, the regalia.
Yes.
I thought that that was really absolutely excellent. You got a very concise piece which told you everything you needed to know really about each piece of regalia. I think there was a problem with, connecting all of this stuff. Who was and I think, neither the Archbishop of Canterbury nor the Duke of Norfolk were the impresarios that their predecessors were in 1953 and to a degree in 1937. And perhaps that's an expectation we can't always have. We can't always think that the people holding those offices are necessarily going to be able to do that. But there are a lot of people, who would be capable of doing that. And I think, that there were individual things. I mean, the Prayer Book Society, actually was very involved in, explaining these things to its members. Other people were, but it was all a bit ad hoc.
Yes.
But I do want to mention the Royal Collections because I do think that their presentation of the regalia was exceptionally good on their website.
I agree, Robin. I think there has to be some form of integrated educational program next time. Royal Collection did some very good things. I think we did some pretty good stuff online, some very good stuff for schools. But I think this has to be integrated. There has to be a greater run-in time. Things have to be properly programmed. Yeah. Essentially.
Yes, I think possibly one of the problems is that people weren't sure how it was going to land. And so a lot of people, particularly probably the government, who could have coordinated quite a lot of both of social media activity, but also of educational activities in schools, yes, and a whole range of other things, didn't quite know how popular it was all going to be. So you can see that both in sort of the modern things, the things we've just discussed that didn't happen, but also in more old-fashioned things like how much space there was available for people to be able to watch the processions. Yes. Actually very limited, and people, large numbers of people who were turned away. And actually even within the spaces where people could stand, again, the fact that they didn't seem anybody with an eye to the visual, large segments of the pavement that were empty, even whilst other people were being turned away. Actually, we're encouraging the natural instincts of the British people to get excited about this kind of thing is good, and we can play on that, and it should be played on. But I think there was a general feeling, I think this may be a bit of a disaster, and there might be loads of horrible protesters, and people are just going to be embarrassed, and I'm probably a bit embarrassed now. And so you didn't have that kind of campaign, and there was a presumption of lack of interest, which, thank God, proved to be false. The next time, have more confidence.
There is also probably a project about the educating of the educators. The educational formation of those offering commentary, for example. The formation of those who are preparing material in the Cabinet Office, in the Department for Education. There needs to be a much, frankly, richer and more honest sense of where the starting point is, I think. And that's just, apart from it's just a cultural issue, isn't it, now? But yeah, one can't imagine that the basis of the knowledge is there, because it's not.
Right, and who is to educate the educators?
Church of England would need to play a good part in that, but choosing the right people to do it.
Yeah. On the question of, which keeps recurring, by the way, of adequate time to prepare a coronation, can the historians around the table give us some idea what the normal preparation time for past coronations has been?
In modern times, from 1820 on, it has been at least 9 months, normally 14 to 16 months. before that, because coronations due as much as anything else to problems with communication, it was very largely publicized through broadsheets and things like that. So there was a tendency to ensure that the coronation happened within about a year. But the difference from the coronation of George I on is that you have monarchs who are reigning but not ruling. And that actually shifts the coronation. I think one of the most interesting coronations is that of Elizabeth I, which happened, she comes to the throne in November and she's crowned in January, because there's a need to confirm that she has the authority and the power, the sacred as well as the secular power, to rule. And one of the real challenges there is finding an acceptable bishop, because Canterbury has recently popped his clogs and is vacant. And you more or less end up going down to any of the bishops who are A, willing to do it because of the issue of Protestantism, and B, acceptable to Elizabeth herself, which is why they end up with the Bishop of Carlisle.
Oglethorpe?
Sorry?
It was Oglethorpe of Carlisle.
Yes. And he, being somewhat of a bishop of Bray character, was prepared to do it. But pretty much anybody else of any seniority was either not acceptable to the Queen, in a couple of cases, like Winchester, or was completely opposed to doing it.
George I, of course, it's not a question of the bishop. The Dean of Westminster at that point, Francis Atterbury, had actually been plotting for the Jacobite Restoration.
Yes.
So he's the man who actually hands the crown to him. So he's happy to sort of compromise that much. George III is interesting as well, of course, because he's only got married a fortnight before. So you've just had a royal wedding, and then almost immediately afterwards you have a coronation too. So that's quite fun.
But it is the matter of communication. I mean, Victoria's coronation is interesting because you'd had the hugely lavish coronation of George IV, who hoped that having a very lavish coronation would give him the popularity that he'd lost in the previous decade and more, followed by the cut price coronation of William IV, who was determined to be different to his extravagant brother, and made the mistake of insisting on wearing Admiral's uniform, which made the whole thing interesting with adding the ceremonial robes. Victoria, because she's young and because she's female, there's almost an abandonment, both by the royal household and by the government, of the idea that the coronation should be seen as a major event. And they cancel all kinds of normal celebrations and hand it out to the country. And it's MPs and peers who ensure that Victoria's coronation becomes a big event, because they decide they'll do it themselves.
Thanks. We're almost at time. There is one last question, I think, from the gentleman on the right.
The question, I was just going to say, there is a a precedent in more recent times of a coronation arranged at great speed. And that was George VI, because effectively they took over Edward VIII's.
Yes.
And all the arrangements and the souvenir stuff for his coronation. There's as much about Edward VIII as there is about George VI.
That's true. Right, that takes us almost exactly to 1 o'clock. I am very grateful to our 4 speakers for very thoughtful and scholarly contributions. I hope you will join me thanking them.
Colleagues, thank you very much indeed for coming back to this afternoon's session, Perspectives on the Coronation, Commonwealth Realms and Republics. I'm Sue Onslow. I'm visiting professor here at the Department of Political Economy at King's, and it's my pleasure to chair this session with 2 eminent scholars on the British Overseas Territories and politics. Professor Peter Clegg, who is Professor of Politics and International Relations, Head of School of Social Sciences at the University of the West of England, and Professor Philip Resnick, who is Professor Emeritus at the Department of Political Science at the University of British Columbia. We only have 2 contributors to this particular panel. So what we will do is follow the format of this morning for the presenters to make their reflections and remarks, and then give each the opportunity to comment or ask further question of the other before opening it to wider questions from the audience. So thank you. Professor Resnick, if I could invite you to speak first, because I believe you've been up the longest. So if you could share your reflections, please, of the perspective from Canada of the 2023 coronation.
Okay, let me begin by saying that I was 9 years old when Elizabeth was crowned. So I actually can remember the first coronation vaguely. And there's a huge difference, I think, between how that event was seen in Canada and the more recent one involving Charles. I think back in 1953, Canada, this was just 8 years after the Second World War. There was certainly a much closer identification still with Britain back then. And I think the monarchy had a much more sort of organic place in the Canadian mentality. It was an official day. It was an official holiday. Every school child in Canada, I was one of them, received a large copper coin which celebrated the coronation. A television had just arrived, but those who had it was all over, and media and all the rest of it. So it was a very, very major thing, and it had some real resonance. And as we know, for much of her reign, the Queen must have come to this country over 22 times, I think I read. On the whole, her visits were well received and well accepted. However, the world has moved on, and I don't think that was true. It's the same as certainly not true with the coronation of Charles. It was not a national holiday. It did not get the kind of huge attention that the first one had, and it doesn't resonate in quite the same way. So let me very briefly explain why I think that is true, and at the same time why where things are today and how I would define the difference between the Canadian view of the monarchy today with what it would have been 75 or something, must be something 75 years ago. So Canada has slowly, as was true for other ex-colonies in the old empire, evolved through a series of stages. The Statute of Westminster back in 1931, the ending in the Canadian case of appeals to the Privy Council in London for judicial appeals that ended in 1949. The naming of the beginning of the governors general being Canadian citizens and not British, which began in 1952, and of course continued to this day. A slow diminution of other things. The word dominion, for example, which was part of the original nomenclature of Canada, basically vanished from the vocabulary somewhere in the 1950s. In the 1960s, we went through a passionate debate about the flag, which ended up with the maple leaf flag officially becoming the flag of Canada, and the end of the old red ensign, which included the Union Jack in the corner. So another sign of the severing of the ties, if you wish, of the old imperial connection. And the last stage in this was the patriation of the Constitution in 1981-82. Amazingly enough, when the old British North America Act was passed, It had no amending formula, which is a rather curious omission for a constitution, but such it was. And one had to go with bended knee, so to speak, to Westminster every time one wanted to change anything. So that ended in 1981-82. So the only remaining, really, seriously, the only remaining tie of any consequence from the old imperial order, if I could call it that, is indeed the monarchy. And the question can then be raised, how popular is the monarchy in Canada today, and how deep is the connection lie? And my answer to that is the polls are showing quite clearly that things have moved on. There is not a very deep commitment to the monarchy any longer in this country. I think on the contrary, there's a general feeling, and polls have shown this, that people would like to see, the majority of Canadians would like to see a Canadian head of state and not a British monarch as the Canadian head of state, which is basically where we're at. So the question then becomes, why is Canada continue? Why was Charles crowned also as King of Canada, not simply of Great Britain and whatever else, Australia, New Zealand, and a few other little bits left over from the old empire, Commonwealth? And the answer to that has to do with our own peculiar constitutional realities. So this repatriated constitution that I talked about in 1981-82 has an amending formula in it. And when it comes to the head of state, it states clearly that any change would require the unanimity of the provinces as well as the two houses of the federal parliament. Well, unanimity of provinces is not that easily acquired. We've had more than a few experiences of that. And there's another reason which I think complicates the formula. That has to do with the fact that we went through some very major constitutional debates in the 1980s and early 1990s. Two different attempts to broadly modernize and in important other ways revise the Constitution, especially involving the upper house, which is an unelected one, but other issues as well. And in each case, it failed. One failed for lack of unanimity among the provinces, and the second one failed because on a referendum, a Trans-Canada referendum in 1992, it failed with 55% opposed to 45 in favor, and with 6 of the 10 provinces voting against. So the word C, constitution, has become a kind of radioactive term for many Canadian politicians. And I think the reason then that there is this dichotomy between the popular opinion, which is basically does not have that same connection, certainly with the crown and with Charles, as opposed to an earlier time with Elizabeth, is not being reflected in the politics today. Why is there not a stronger Republican movement, for example, in Canada? I think it has to do with the fact that the politicians are just frightened to death of opening up the Constitution, not because of the monarchy as much as because of other things which would inevitably be raised from Quebec, from Alberta. There's endless issues that would be potentially turn this into a dog's breakfast. And that, I think, is the explanation that the juncture which we've reached. I think it's fair to say that once upon a time, if I think back to the time of Elizabeth, the monarchy in this country was something that was based on genuine commitment and conviction. I think Canadians at that point actually even saw the monarchy as one of the things that differentiated us from the United States, and had desirability for that reason alone. That's not as true any longer. There's all kinds of other things that have changed. I would say that today Canada is a monarchy by default and not by conviction. And that's the major difference between what was true in 1953 and what is true with respect to the coronation of Charles in May of this year, among other things, as King of Canada.
Thank you very much, Professor Resnick. But if I could ask, you say that the actual coronation day was not a national holiday in Canada.
Right.
And so a minority of Canadians would have got up particularly early to watch it? I mean, did it have national?
Well, it was televised. I mean, there were certainly, and to be fair, the polls do show that there's a pretty strong majority at this point which would like to move on. But there is a minority which is still very comfortable with the monarchy, and again, I think you have to make a distinction between constitutional monarchy per se as a principle, and the reality in this case, which is we're looking at a borrowed crown. I mean, this is not like this is a native Canadian monarchy. I mean, I understand monarchy in Scandinavia. I understand it in Britain for that matter, or in Spain or Japan. But in Canada, well, we'll leave Australia and New Zealand to speak for themselves. This is a borrowed crown. And the anomaly is that here we are in the third decade of the 21st century, and Canada still has, as its formal head of state, a British monarch. And of course, the demography of the country has changed enormously in the last 75 years. And even those of British stock, the third, fourth, and fifth generation, don't define themselves as British; they define themselves as Canadians. So there's something very anomalous about it. But the reality is, it was not a national holiday in Canada. I don't think the school children were giving coins like with this copper type of coin that I mentioned back when I was a kid back in 1953. And it did not get it certainly did not, the heart was not beating faster in the way that I think there was a genuine commitment and genuine involvement back in 1953. So it really, there's something dépassé, I would say, from the Canadian point of view, the majority Canadian point of view of the monarchy as, not for where Britain is concerned, but where Canada is concerned.
Was the size of the Canadian delegation and Justin and then Mrs. Trudeau's visit to London for the coronation in any way controversial? Were there questions raised about questions of expense? Because I suppose following on relatively recently from their attendance at the Queen's funeral.
I don't recall a big controversy about their attendance. There was a small military presence as well, I think, for the parade. But it was far larger, I believe, back in 1953 in proportionate terms. And I say again, it certainly did not get the kind of attention in Canada that was true 75 years ago. There's just no comparison between the two events.
Mm-hmm. Okay, well, thank you very much for making your point about monarchy by default rather than conviction.
Somebody wants to get it.
I'm sorry. We can get me as I'm talking to it. Professor Clegg, if I could invite you to make your introductory remarks, please, now.
Sure. So my focus is on the 14 British overseas territories. Just for a little bit of context, out of the 14, 10 have British permanent populations. Of course, they consist of small islands, vast areas of ocean, and Antarctica, which has land 6 times the size of the UK. Populations range from about 68,000 in the Cayman Islands to around 40 in Pitcairn. And although the OTs have significant autonomy, particularly those with the larger populations, UK retains ultimate responsibility. They are part of the British realm, and the King is sovereign. So understandably, there are strong links with the Crown. And the relationship between the OTs and the monarchy goes back many, many hundreds of years. But in the era of Queen Elizabeth, she visited most of the overseas territories over the time of her reign. I think the largest number of occasions, 6 to Bermuda. There were quite important and symbolic visits as well. In 1954, for example, she visited Gibraltar. And this visit was strongly opposed by Spain's General Franco. Nevertheless, it took place. In 1981, Prince Charles and Lady Diana visited Gibraltar to board the royal yacht Britannia. There was significant Spanish opposition again. The Queen reportedly said, "He's my son, it's my yacht, and it's my rock." And even the smaller and more isolated OTs have had royal visits. So the Duke of Edinburgh, for example, visited Ascension, St. Helena, and Tristan da Cunha in 1957, and Pitcairn in 1971. And many of these visits, though long distant in the memory, are still mentioned with affection. So there's a lot of sort of residual connection here. In terms of the coronation itself, as with Canada, all of the OTs were represented at the coronation, and many participated in the coronation parade. So you had the regiments from Bermuda, the Cayman Islands and the Turks and Caicos Islands, and the defense forces from the Falkland Islands and Montserrat. Also, there were quite widespread events back in the OTs themselves. So in Bermuda, there was a special garden at the Botanical Gardens created at a service of Thanksgiving. In the BVI, there was a coronation brunch and a 3-day holiday weekend. And in the Falklands, there were community tea parties and youth activities, and there was 8 pages of coverage in the weekly Penguin News. And even in Rothera Research Station which is in the British Antarctic Territory. With 100 scientists and maintenance staff, a ceremony was held there to honour the new king. Now, since the coronation, there has been a fair amount of focus on the OTs, including by King Charles. Last month, for example, all the OT leaders came over for a joint ministerial council meeting with representatives of the UK government, and as part of their visit, King Charles hosted a reception for them. And this was the first time a meeting has happened between the OT leaders collectively and the British monarch. Following the meeting, a councillor from Ascension said, "I was blown away by the King's breadth of knowledge about the overseas territories." And this focus has been supported and facilitated by the House of Commons Speaker, Lindsay Hoyle, who's been a strong supporter of the overseas territories. So in terms of visits, celebrations and meetings, there seems to be longevity and strength to the relationship between the Crown, now King Charles, and the OTs. But how does this link into some of the wider, harder politics and decision making in relation to the UK's relationship with the OTs? Now, because of the long-standing colonial history, significant power is derived from the Crown. The UK, the overseas territories, and the Crown dependencies form one undivided realm. As a consequence, the territories have no separate international representation. And as a consequence, the relationship allows both the Crown and the UK Parliament to legislate for the territories. So, for example, all the OT constitutions are enacted through orders in council. Perhaps the most or the clearest manifestation of the influence and role of the Crown in present day UK OT affairs is in relation to the governor. And all governors are appointed by the Crown. And they have significant responsibilities for external affairs, defence and foreign policy. They can make laws in most overseas territories, and they can reject laws as well. And many also chair local cabinets. And recently, there have been some controversies about the role of the governor in impinging on local OT concerns. For example, in Bermuda and the BVI, both territories passed local legislation for the legalization of cannabis, both recreational and medicinal use. But the governors blocked this legislation, supported by the Foreign and Commonwealth and Development Office, because of the UK's international obligations in relation to the Single Convention on Narcotic Drugs and the Convention on Psychotropic Substances. Similarly, there was some concern over the role of the governor in enacting legislation in the Cayman Islands in relation to civil partnerships when the local parliament was opposed to introducing such legislation. And there have been other examples as well. And this is an interesting area where there's sort of a tension between what the territories think is their own local autonomy and responsibility and what the UK feels it should get involved in. So the role of the governor and how that is manifested through the original power of the Crown is certainly a source of contention. Just a couple of other issues as well. In terms of reparations, the OTs have not been so vocal in the reparations issue as with some of their, at least in the Caribbean, their independent neighbours. But in the BVI, for example, the former Premier in 2020 called for reparations, and so did last year the leader of the opposition. There's also been some discussions in Bermuda. And of course, Anguilla, Bermuda, the BVI, Cayman Islands, and the Turks and Caicos Islands are associate members of CARICOM, and therefore they would go along with the position of CARICOM in relation to reparations more generally. And maybe that's a factor that the coronation celebrations were less significant in several of the Caribbean OTs compared to the other OTs elsewhere in the world. But I think the issue of reparations would not and is not a determining factor in the nature of the relationship with the UK. Also, it'll be interesting whether the King's interest in social and environmental justice will permeate through to the OTs. Earlier this year, for example, the Tax Justice Network called on King Charles to support the breakup of the UK's so-called network of satellite tax havens. But it's interesting that the Panama Papers, when they released in 2017, suggested that the monarchy had some interests in both Bermuda and the Cayman Islands in terms of offshore investments. So overall, certainly clearly a lot of goodwill still existing between the monarchy and the overseas territories. King Charles has made a significant effort to engage with the OTs, not just within the context of the coronation, but afterwards. But via the power of the Crown, there are sources of tension, for example, in relation to the governor. Reparations are an issue, but not a game changer. And just to sort of underline all of this, there is no appetite on the part of the overseas territories for independence. For example, in a January 2023 poll in Bermuda, 83% were against independence.
Peter, thank you very much indeed for that. Philip, do you see echoes, resonance or sharp comparisons with how the British Overseas Territories regard the monarch as still a convenient but also a goodwill cloak compared to the much larger Canadian environment?
No, I don't think there's the same. I mean, the demography is so different, and the balance of forces is so very different. I mean, after all, the population of Canada today is 40 million. That of Great Britain is what, about 60, heading towards 70, something like that. High 60s, I believe. I mean, it's 2/3 roughly the population of Britain, of Great Britain, I should say. So there's not the same relationship. And I think the monarchy there was much more of, let me put it this way, I think it was the 19th century British historian who talked about well, if I dare use these words, the ex-white dominions as having a more familial relationship with the empire as opposed to what we will today call the countries of the global south, the colonies of the global south, India and all the rest of it. And I think that was true. I mean, for example, the first prime minister of this country, John A. Macdonald, said, "A British subject I was born, a British subject I will die." I can't imagine the Canadian prime minister in our day even beginning to echo words like that. It was a very, very different relationship. And it continued through, and again, let me just underline this point, that the population of Canada, certainly until this end of the Second World War, on the Quebec side, which was of course primarily French-Canadian, was British in origin. I mean, the majority were of British background, and that played a very important role in Canada's immediate involvement in the First World War and involvement within 1 week of the declaration of war by the UK in the Second. But since 1945, the demography of Canada has changed, dramatically. Origins, the post-war immigration was largely from other parts of Europe that had begun long before that, and in the more recent period, it is overwhelmingly from Asia. The key source of immigration has been China, India, and so on. So it's a very, very different, the composition of the population is very, very different. And there is not that same sense that I call this fuzzier relationship with the monarchy, which was certainly true in the early years. And we're also, to underline another point, the ties with Britain were seen as a very important counterpart to our increasing relationships and, of course, involvement with the United States. But to look to Britain as a defense against the United States is pure absurdity. And the Canadian relationship with the United States continues, of course, to be the dominant one. But even there's endless pluses and minuses and concerns, plus and minus, depending on who's in power and administrations and all the rest of it. But there's no question that the connection with Britain, which was extremely close if we go back to going back to 1867 and before, and continued, I think, through till the First World War, and still carried on to some degree into the Second. It's simply not the same any longer. And Canada and Britain are certainly good friends and all the rest of it, but there's not the same identification with with the monarchy. I wouldn't say with institutions. Canada is a parliamentary system and will continue to be that, whatever. But with the monarchy per se, it just it doesn't carry the same resonance that it had until I'd say fairly recently.
Philip, if I could just follow up on what Peter said about actual events on the day of the coronation. Did you note that there were events organized either by the Prime Minister's office or by the Governor General or in the various provinces to mark the coronation? Or was it more noticeable that republicanism or those who would favor Quebec separatism used the coronation day as an opportunity to set themselves, if you like, and their cause apart from the monarch and the coronation?
There was actually a motion introduced into the House of Commons by the leader of the Bloc Québécois, which is a quasi-separatist party which represents a significant section of opinion in Quebec, that we should just say goodbye, now that the Queen is gone, we should also say goodbye to the institution. And this got nowhere, no support from the other party leaders. But individually, they will say, and I know this was true for the leader of the NDP, said deep down I'm a Republican, but there's no willingness to run with the issue for the reasons I mentioned, which have to do with the larger question of opening up the Constitution. As for ceremonies, I believe there was something in Ottawa itself. There was some kind of ceremony. There was very little, I think, in the provinces, to the best of my knowledge. And there certainly were not the tea parties and the sort of things that Peter's referring to that may have taken place down in the Falklands and so on and so forth. So here and there, there may be, I should not speak, may have been some odd, corner of the country. But no, there was not. It was generally not a. There was not that sense of excitement in this major event, and there's not. As I say, when senses that the relationship has become, in some sense, a much more vestigial one, as opposed to what it was even 75 years ago.
Peter, if I could just ask you one question before opening to the floor. Have you identified actually a surge of popularity for the monarch and the monarchy? So the political persona of the monarch, but also the institution of monarchy. Has there been a discernible increase because of the visibility that was generated around the coronation day itself?
I didn't pick that up in particular. I would say that there is a variation of the level of support across the overseas territories, and perhaps unsurprisingly, if you focus on Gibraltar, the Falkland Islands, that's where the level of support and the level of engagement has been most significant and certainly reinforced as a consequence of recent events. But actually, and this sort of resonates a little bit with what Philip said in terms of the default position that the monarchy is still in place, but in terms of the level of sort of real support for it. So I think certainly in the Caribbean overseas territories, there are other concerns, there are other issues that are more important than the monarchy. So in terms of constitutional reform, some of these difficulties with the role of the governor, for example. So I think, of course, the monarchy is a subtext, but actually some of these more day-to-day issues which really impinge on politics in a much more direct way are most and more significant.
Mm-hmm. Thank you very much indeed. Colleagues, I'd like to open it now to the floor. If there are questions, a question here, please.
Can I ask, can you hear me? Can I ask Philip a question? It's about something you said, and you briefly mentioned it. You said that the King was crowned as King of Canada. And I'd just like to ask you to tease that out a little bit, because this is something I'm puzzled by, in the sense that the 1953 Royal Titles Act separated the titles of Monarch of the United Kingdom and of Canada and Australia and so on. In which case, how and at what point was the monarch made King of Canada? I know there was a mention of your other territories and dominions and what have you overseas, and I can see that for the OTs. But maybe I'm missing something, but constitutionally, how and at what point was he crowned? I can see that he inherits, but at what point was he crowned King of Canada?
Well, I think at the coronation, there was the mention of among the list of territories and states over which he would rule, or at least reign, I should say, use the word rule perhaps. Canada was mentioned, and he was crowned in the course of being coronated. He was also crowned as King of Canada. And the title still exists, and the head of state in this country Canada remains a constitutional monarchy, and the head of state happens to be the monarch who is the British monarch. Now, but to Canadianize it, there are rules, I think there have been laws and so on, which make it clear that as King of Canada, he acts, of course, in his own name and not heavens forbid, in the name of the British government or anything of that kind. But the formal constitutional position in this country is that the head of state is the crown. And the crown, in this case, is the British monarch, who serves, in the Canadian case, as the Queen or King of Canada. So it's pretty clearly written into the constitutional text, Canada Act, among other things. And in the coronation ceremony, Canada was certainly mentioned as one of the realms over which he would reign. And indeed, I understand the coins are now being prepared. His image will be appearing on Canadian coins in the near future. And I think, unlike Australia, which has decided to remove the monarch from their $5 bill, I believe, and replace it with some native, I can't remember what it was, they replaced some indigenous or Aborigine person. I think he'll be appearing on the $20 bill, unless there's some change of mind on the part of governments at the moment. I haven't heard that. So he will continue to, in that sense, Canada continues to be a constitutional monarchy and nothing has changed. It's just that what I was trying to emphasize, that the spirit of the institution is much, much weaker today. It doesn't resonate. And de facto, the reality, as we know, is in any case, it's the Governor General who acts for all practical purposes as the equivalent of a constitutional monarch in this country. The difference being that the Governor General does not have the formal title of being the head of state, but rather being the representative of the British monarch, and in that sense is a different story than a president as in a republic, right? That's the big difference. But in content, the monarchy has lost its, it does not have the, it has been Canadianized to the degree when one speaks of the monarch as the king or queen of Canada, but the content is much, much weaker than it was. And it's well, I wouldn't call it an empty vessel, but it's vestigial is perhaps the correct term that I would use to define what the real relationship is. I'm sure at some point Charles and Camilla will come visit, and I assume they're not going to be met by brickbats and all that, but we'll wait and see, but I don't think there's going to be the kind of enthusiasm which was there, certainly during many of the royal visits by Elizabeth and Philip.
Thank you. Other questions? Judith, question.
Picking up on that point, how did you see the coverage of the recent visit by the Duchess of Edinburgh? Because I had contact with somebody in CBC asking me for comment on that, and saying that there was a considerable demonstration of enthusiasm and interest in her visit. Do you disagree with?
Could you just, when was this visit? Somewhere in the last few weeks or last few months? Because I mean, quite honestly,
Yes,
just very recently.
It was, yes, it was in November.
In November. Well, let me put it this way. There are certain events that have taken place in the last 2 months which have imposed themselves onto the political agenda of a much higher order. And honestly, I don't recall this. This is the first I've heard of it. And I don't think it received enormous publicity in Canada. Again, I don't want to for one moment suggest that there are not significant pockets of opinion in this country which remain fervently monarchical and really would be probably most would have probably been the folks who would have greeted her with great enthusiasm. And I'm sure the same would be true for Charles and Camilla. There may be here and there a few folks with placards saying, get rid of the monarchy, let's have a republic. But I think the bottom line is, I think it's much more, I just don't think the monarchy has that kind of resonance among most Canadians today. But that does not mean that there is not a minority. I think in the polls that I saw, roughly 2 to 1 would want to get rid of it, but there still is roughly 25% of the population which considers this still to be a desirable, very positive type of thing. The strongest opposition historically continues to be, of course, in Quebec. But it's, I think, even true that in the rest of Canada, what we used to call English Canada, English-speaking Canada, I think it's come to a point where the majority, even in English-speaking Canada, the majority was probably be prepared to see it go. But the obstacle for this happening was this, as I mentioned, this unanimity business in the Constitution and the fear of the politicians of just touching not so much the monarchy question, but the constitutional question.
Just having checked, she was there from the 3rd to the 8th of November, mainly in Toronto.
Right, which would not be surprisingly the old Oregon. I don't overdo this. This would have been the center of traditionally the strongest pro-monarchical opinion in Canada. So fair enough, and I'm not surprised. If she went to the right places, she would have been greeted, I'm sure, with great warmth and great affection, and fair enough. But I don't think one should read too much into that.
No, it's just interesting seeing the sort of the reaction that you were clearly not even aware that the visit had taken place.
Absolutely not. To be honest, there's things like the Middle East War, which kind of captures one's attention a little more these days. I mean, I'm just being honest about it. It may have been here and there, and I'm sure it would have been mentioned in the Toronto papers and so on. But I can't, you can't compare that. I can remember royal visits. Of course, we're talking about the Queen, not about the Duchess of so. So there were, these were covered. For example, the Queen opened Parliament for the first time in 1957 in this country. That was an important event where you actually had the monarch and not simply the Governor General fulfilling that function. And most of the royal visits were met with the signal exception of the one to Quebec City in 1964, which was the cause of a riot. In most cases, was met with a great deal of enthusiasm on the whole. She was very warmly welcomed, and there was no concern. I'm not suggesting that Charles will not get a warm welcome if and when he comes visiting, but I just don't see that enthusiasm for royal visits, and it's just not that familial association, or what I call that monarchy by conviction, is simply no longer there in Canada the way it was 30 or 50, let alone 75 years ago. I think that is the big difference today with what was true. Just again, to compare the coronation we're talking about in May of Charles with the coronation of Elizabeth back in 1953.
Colleagues, are there other questions?
Sue? Sorry, Sue.
Yes, of course. Peter, please follow up.
I'm conscious that Cynthia Barrett-Giles couldn't join us today, but I think there are some interesting parallels with the situation within the Commonwealth Caribbean, which I could just perhaps mention, if that's okay. So Philip mentioned the two issues really about the clear view that there's no longer that great support for the monarchy. I think that's the case within the Caribbean, but how strong that feeling is, I think, is an important indicator. So when Barbados, of course, moved to Republican status, there wasn't a tremendous sort of groundswell of support for that change, even though there was a general sense that probably it was time to move on. And similarly, in terms of constitutional reform, both in Barbados and potentially likely in Jamaica, they're not going to open up the constitutional reform question that broadly. They're going to focus on the move from the monarchy to a republican system and deal with the broader constitutional questions later on. So I think there are some interesting parallels between maybe the views in Canada and those in the Commonwealth Caribbean.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and it may come to be, just so I can pick up or carry on. I mean, I would think that if one of the political parties and some political leader were to make this an issue, it might well come to the fore, and there's a point at which it could. But again, picking up on the point Peter just made, the key thing is to somehow separate this issue of changing the head of state from all the other potential issues which would open up if one's dealing with the Constitution. And that is where I think the difference between Canada probably, well, maybe Jamaica's following a line. I'm not sure they've been through quite the experiences we have, but we went through about 5 years of fairly traumatic constitutional debates in this country in the late 80s and early 90s. And I think really the politicians to this day are fearful of what opening up the Constitution might represent. So I'll repeat again, the default has to do with the fact, not out of love for the monarchy, but fear of what else would be involved if the Constitution were opened up to deal with the head of state. Because inevitably the other demands would become brought forward, and potentially it would become a much more raucous affair than just whether or not we're going to replace the British monarch or the monarch with some version of a Canadian president or a republic.
In view of that, Peter and Philip, that, as you have both pointed to, the monarchy by default, the inertia element, the politicians wishing to stay away from broader constitutional issues, which could be entangled with shifting to republican status. Do you think that there is a place for radical reworking of the oath in the coronation service, or doing away with it completely, so that, in other words, the question of the crowning of the monarch while they are still constitutional head of state should be integrated more into the accession council, rather than having a separate ceremonial, religious, liturgical event which represents the inauguration of the head of state in the coronation?
Well, I'm not sure that the demand would be for a separate coronation ceremony for where Canada is concerned, as opposed to the British. The understanding is the following: that basically it is the British, the coronation takes place in Britain, following whatever procedures and so on have historically been part of the Coronation Act in Britain, including the religious rites and all the rest of it, with an understanding that this, of course, in the world, which is much more ecumenical and all the rest of it, nobody is pushing the religious thing beyond, just beyond a certain symbolic point. But I'm not sure there'd be a desire. Oops, have I done something? Yeah, I think I've
No, you haven't done anything. We can still hear you.
Oh, you can hear me, you can't see me. Okay, I'll worry about the seeing in a minute.
No, see you.
Okay. Oh, you can see me fine too. Okay, very good. So, but on the other hand, I don't think the ceremony. It's not the ceremony. Notion, mind you, of pledging allegiance to a king. This also resonates rather poorly today. It sounds so archaic and old-fashioned. I mean, Canada is in the Western Hemisphere. It is a New World society. And the reasons that all this worked so well were true when the British connection was in fact a very powerful one. And it was through the first 75 years of certainly modern Canadian history, I mean, since Confederation. But, it's unavoidable that, it's just not true any longer. It's slowly but surely vanished. And certain, as I say, there's still close ties with Britain. It's called identification by many with the country in various ways, vice versa. But there's not that, one doesn't sense that the monarchy has that place in the hearts and minds of people. It's seen as kind of, a strange kind of carryover, leftover, and in some people's minds, it would be seen as unfinished business, the last remaining thing that needs to be dealt with before we become a purely independent country, because it is still a bit of an anomaly that our formal head of state is not actually a Canadian citizen, but the monarch of what, like it or not, is another country. That's the heart of the issue, where I think the monarchy in Canada is seen today by its critics, those who would like to move on and see this country become a republic. But as I repeat again, there still is a minority of not insignificant size, which are perfectly comfortable with this, shall we say, vestigial role for the monarchy in this country.
Peter, your views?
Yes, I agree with Philip. Also, it's interesting, just a couple of things meant. So, of course, in the Commonwealth Caribbean and certainly the Caribbean overseas territories, the influence of religion, organized religion, quite conservative religious views is very important. So actually that sort of allusion to religion within the coronation, I think does resonate still quite significantly in many of these societies. And you mentioned sort of about radical change, maybe not necessarily in relation to the oath, but I would argue potentially that actually when it comes to constitutional matters, the Caribbean OTs and also the independent Caribbean Commonwealth countries are very conservative in terms of potentially bringing about change. So I did a quick scan of sort of recent attempts to try and undertake constitutional reform, only in one case in St. Vincent in 2009, where there was a focus on moving to Republican status. But in 2009 in St. Vincent, in 2016 in Bahamas, in 2016 also in Grenada, there were referenda held to try and bring about constitutional change. All failed, all with very low turnouts. So it's interesting that when attempts have been made at constitutional change, maybe you would say that some of the change wasn't radical enough, but it all failed. So actually that's a real challenge for Jamaica perhaps next year and other countries following suit after Barbados to actually make the change itself. So is there that real desire for change? There may be ambivalence, there may be some sort of opposition, but is that opposition strong enough to really make that quite fundamental change, get people out to vote for change? And it's quite an interesting thing about that inherent conservatism within the Caribbean.
I think, Peter, that Cynthia, were she on the call, would be saying that there's also a concerning lack of trust in constitutional forms, political institutions across important communities across the Caribbean, which have led to low turnouts in the various referenda. So they haven't necessarily met even the low bar for a percentage of the vote. So that has been, shall we say, instilled in certain politicians. It's given them that, as Philip has pointed to, that residual caution about taking something like as complex as constitutional reform to the people who might not be have the trust in the institutions and certainly don't understand the ramifications of it. And also it's the timing of these referenda which can be complicated, because if they're too close to an upcoming election, they're taken as a plebiscite on the existing government rather than as an assessment on the vote or on the question at hand. So I know Cynthia has served with great distinction on the St. Lucia Commission for Constitutional Reform, and she has argued time and again of the complexities which are not broadly appreciated across Caribbean communities, across various individual nations in the area. If I could ask, do you think that regional republicanism in any way may filter into the British Overseas Territories, leading them to wish to, if they had the possibility, which I don't know, to secede from the individual realm that you made reference to and to attach themselves to something, to a territory, a sovereign territory, which is more proximate? So within the Caribbean community, CARICOM, Pitcairn to look to New Zealand, if New Zealand, which is less likely, might be going towards Republican status. So I'm just wondering if we're thinking longer term, if this, a move away from monarchy and forms of monarchy might be wrapped up in different regional connections.
It is a really interesting question. Probably the very short answer is no. I think the issues are, of course, sort of similar and related, but in real terms, they are quite different. So just because these relationships are remaining very strong between the OTs and the UK means that, you know, there are very strong bonds. There are great benefits, although some would argue at that point, great benefits for the overseas territories remaining in their present status. And that goes back to the nature of English law, for example, the strong connections with the City of London. You have ultimate responsibility by the UK in terms of governance standards in the overseas territories. And we've seen in recent years, you know, that has come into play. So I think there are real strong commitments to the link with the UK because of these sort of protections and safeguards, which I think the majority within the OTs would be very reluctant to give up, irrespective of what might happen in neighboring independent countries. And there was always sort of the argument that if say Jamaica, I think this opinion poll was held quite a long time ago, but if Jamaicans had the opportunity again of moving towards independence or retaining their links with the UK, they might want to retain their links with the UK. So I think that's probably the key issue. There's not enough confidence on the part of the electorate of the OTs, the citizens of the OTs, to go it alone, because there are these still significant advantages in retaining their links with the UK.
Colleagues, other questions from the floor? Marcus.
So far, you've both described the situation as it is and how it's developed. What do you think the monarchy could do, particularly as it's heading towards future coronations, and what the monarchy could do to boost its relationship with each of its realms? And yes, and I suppose possibly linked the relationship between those realms and the United Kingdom, which seems so important in each of your descriptions historically, or just their relationship with with the realms as they stand now, in order to improve the situation rather than just allow it to drift.
Philip.
Well, no, I will try, but I'm not really sure what could be done. I mean, royal visits are fine and dandy. Charles, of course, has, well, I can see one possible link where there's some elements in Canada which would relate to that very well. He has, of course, expressed, he was just at the COP conference recently, the one down in the Emirates. But the environment is an issue which, of course, troubles many people around the world, and Canada is well aware of our own little problems with the melting glaciers and melting north and all the rest of it. So on environmental issues, I suspect that would be something which would play well if and when he comes to Canada. This is certainly something I think he would want to play up, and which would, I think, get a fair amount of resonance and support, across the country. Whether that would endear the monarchy as an institution, I'm not sure. Whether this alone would somehow cement the ties in a way that wouldn't be true otherwise. But that is an issue where I think Charles might be able to actually make a positive impression, I think, on public opinion, independently of the issue of the constitutional status of the monarchy, and in the process, possibly give it a little bit more support than it has at the moment.
Thank you. Peter, what are your views?
Briefly, I agree with Philip. The environment is a really interesting issue because over 90% of the UK's biodiversity is contained within the OTs. So potentially King Charles has a very important role to play there. I think it's also about just being heard. So the greatest frustration probably amongst the OTs is not being heard properly within Whitehall. So I think having this publicity, meeting with King Charles, meeting with UK ministers and civil servants on a regular basis is all very important. So that sort of soft power that can come from the king is all important. And then in terms of constitutional changes and some of those powers that derive from the crown, again, for some territories, they would have no appetite for significant change, but maybe within the Caribbean and Bermuda, the role of the governor, for example, could be reduced, greater autonomy given to the overseas territories, and therefore that sort of quite clear link between the crown and the governor and their perhaps lack of respect for local territory issues and concerns would be diminished, and therefore there's less pressure on the crown and the monarch as a consequence of that. So I think in the context of the OTs, not significant changes would be needed, but to be heard, maintaining that soft power link and some minor constitutional changes would, I think, help secure the relationship, at least in the medium term.
So neither of you see any appetite for what was suggested in a previous panel, an integrated educational program in any way to disseminate wider knowledge actually of the Constitution as it stands and the place of the monarchy in that Constitution, either in Canada or in the BOTs, because in the BOTs it would be a given.
Yeah, well, I think information is good, and there are some discussions starting to be had about constitutional renewal in the territories, and that is partly about the process of public education. So I think in itself that's a good thing to do. Whether that would change things dramatically, I doubt it. But as a thing about public education, about the nature of the Constitution, about the relationship with the UK, the balance of power between the UK and the OTs, all of that's really good stuff that should be promoted more.
Thank you. Philip, if I could just ask about the relationship of the monarchy and the monarch with First Nations in Canada. You mentioned obviously the various component parts of French, English-speaking Canada,
Right.
What of the First Nations?
Well, at one level, the First Nations have even used the original 1759, I believe it is, declaration, where among other things, the British monarch was also pledging, defense and so on of, I can't remember the exact terms used, but even the word indigenous was not the word back then. But the Indians, as they would then have been called, I suppose, would also come under the protection of the crown. And there were some who argued for a long period of time that the strongest defenders of the monarchy in Canada would in fact be we now call First Nations or the Indigenous in this country, because they were concerned that potentially the protections and rights which have since been entrenched in the Constitution might go by the boards in some kind of putative future Republican system of government. However, I was very struck in the poll that I saw, the one which was held just around the time of the coronation. The single group which was most supportive of getting rid of the monarchy in this country were the Indigenous, which is a rather curious anomaly, if you wish, given this historical claim going back to the original 1759 declaration. So I'm not sure it would play that large. I'm sure he will have to speak to that because it has become a very salient issue in Canadian politics anyways. And there is historically some kind of tie here. But to be assumed that the Crown would be somehow the last protector of Indigenous rights in this day and age is a little bit of a stretch, quite frankly. And indeed, the discourse in this country has certainly moved forward a great deal. And the Indigenous component is now very much a part of the mainstream Canadian political discussions and debates. And there's very significant power, there's very significant investment in this issue right across the country. So he'll certainly make reference to it, will probably be well received, but I don't think it will play as large a role as some might have thought.
Thank you very much. Colleagues, one last glance around the room for extra questions. Robert.
A contribution and a note of caution, I think, about trying to foster closer ties with the monarchy if the will really isn't there. Canada's not unique. Having this fading relationship. You could say very similar things about Australia. You will all know Australia did hold a referendum almost 25 years ago on becoming a republic, which failed because the Republican movement were divided on whether, if they did become a republic, their future head of state should be chosen by the parliament or should be elected by the people. And in Australia, the debate, sadly, hasn't moved on very much. But in Jamaica, you will know successive prime ministers going back decades have said they want to become a republic. The Jamaican constitution is also very, very difficult to amend. And so they're stuck. And to me, and I'm really sorry that Cynthia isn't on this call, or she could speak far better about Jamaica than I can begin to. But my sense is that it's almost like a couple who would like to get divorced, but for some rather complicated legal reason, they can't. And so they're stuck together in this rather loveless marriage. But going back to Marcus's question in terms of what can we do to foster a warmer relationship, I think it was quite salutary to note the very cool reception given to visits by some members of the royal family during the Queen's Platinum Jubilee to several of the Commonwealth Caribbean countries. So what would we advise the monarchy to do, since they are for the moment stuck with being head of state of these countries, where some of them probably would rather they had a different head of state? I think maybe the harsh advice might be, don't try too hard.
Lie low, lie low.
Thank you very much indeed for that note of realism, Robert. Colleagues, since there are no further questions from the floor, please join me in thanking our speakers from Canada. Philip, thank you very much indeed for your emphasis on the progressive disengagement from everyday Canadians, despite still a minority who support that monarchical connection across your country. Peter, for your reference across, as you say, those disparate and far-flung and very different overseas territories. Thank you very much indeed for also making the point about Cynthia's own work around republicanism, constitutional change across the Caribbean. And we're delighted that you could make your contribution today. Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you.